Good afternoon. Annual town meeting will now be in order. I am Carmen Reese, 52 Devon Street, Town Moderator. I see that there is a sufficient number of voters present for us to open the meeting, and I do so declare. This meeting is called pursuant to a warrant signed by the Select Board on February 7, 2022. I have inspected the return of service on the warrant and find it to be in order. I declare that the meeting is properly called. This afternoon, the meeting will take place in the gymnasium and in the auditorium. Please note that masks are strongly encouraged in the gymnasium and required in the auditorium. We're very grateful to Superintendent Hunter, Principal Mastrullo, and the faculty, students, and staff of the high school for accommodating us here this afternoon and tomorrow night. The minutes of the meeting will be kept by the town clerk, Kari Tari, who is sitting here to my left. The meeting will be broadcast live on our high school's radio station, WIQH 83.3 FM, on our local access cable channel 9, and live stream on the web at www.minutemanmedia.com/government. I would now like to invite Fire Chief Tom Judge. I don't see you, Chief Judge. Here he comes to the podium to provide us with some safety information.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Apologies for that. Just a quick reminder, folks, in the main gym, we have exits in all four corners, including behind the screen to my left and your right, which you can't see. The exit sign is blocked, but I can assure you the exit is open and accessible. In the auditorium, the exits are in the front corners and up the stairs on either side on the back wall. Once you exit the building, if we have to exit for some reason, once you exit the auditorium and the gym, you can turn either direction to get out of the building. And other than that, I would just ask you to please try to keep the aisles open, which does not appear that it's going to be a problem here. And thank you.
Thank you, Chief Judge. And I want to extend our thanks also to Chief O'Connor and the officers of the Concord Police Department who are here for us this afternoon. Ms. Ackerman nominates Ms. Carolyn Flood of 1289 Main Street to serve as the Deputy Moderator, who will carry out the duties of the moderator if she is unable to serve. Is there a second? I see that there is. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. Thank you. Any opposed? That is a vote, and I do so declare. Ms. Flood will be presiding in the auditorium. Ms. Flood, we're going to swear you in now. Okay. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to carry out your duties faithfully and impartially? I think you should work in your microphone there.
Too many wires. I do.
Thank you very much. There are a variety of materials pertaining to the business of the meeting available on the tables in the cafeteria. If you did not bring your copy of this year's Excellent Finance Committee report from home, you will find extras on the tables. I commend this report to you. It's worth spending some time with. There's also a green booklet. Looks like this, entitled Concord Town Meeting Traditions and Procedures, and that is a useful guide to our proceedings. If you do have any questions about town meeting procedure, please feel free to talk with the town meeting resource person, Elise Woodward of 379 Garfield Road. She is available for consultation on process issues, and assistance in drafting and presenting motions and amendments. Ms. Woodward is seated in the front row. I'm going to ask her to stand and wave so you know where she is. Thank you, Ms. Woodward. If you are a registered voter in Concord, you should have received a voting slip that is this brilliant color when you checked in. You'll want to keep your voting slip handy so that you may raise it for a vote by a show of hands and in a standing counted vote. Your voting slip is what identifies you as a person entitled to vote, and writing your name on it is probably a good idea. If you are a resident of Concord who is not registered to vote or a visitor to this afternoon's meeting, you should have checked in as a visitor in the cafeteria, and you should be sitting in the visitors section, which is in the gymnasium bleachers to my right, close to the doors to the cafeteria. We welcome you as observers of our town meeting. I've appointed Mr. Abe Fisher of 400 Hayward Mill Road to be the head teller, Mr. David Carr of 82 Lawsbrook Road to be ballot supervisor, and Mr. Richard Wells of 268 Lawsbrook Road as assistant ballot supervisor. Mr. Fisher will be supervising vote counting on the floor in the event of a counted vote, and Mr. Carr will be supervising the ballot counting procedure and vote certification in the event that the meeting votes for a paper ballot on a motion. Mr. Fisher, are the tellers ready to be sworn? We are. Thank you. Mr. Carr, are the ballot counters ready to be sworn? We are. Thank you. Tellers and ballot counters, would you all please stand, whether you're in the gymnasium or in the auditorium, and raise your right hand. Do each of you swear that you will faithfully and impartially perform your respective duties at this town meeting? Thank you all very much. On behalf of the meeting, I thank Mr. Fisher, Mr. Carr, Mr. Wells, and each and every one of the tellers and ballot counters for taking on this vital town meeting function. And we're pleased to have some Concord Carlisle High School students among our tellers and ballot counters today. We also owe our gratitude to the team of people who make annual town meeting possible, including our dedicated and talented town staff, Minuteman Media Network, Boston Light and Sound, our amazing closed caption stenographer, Stephanie Farrell, who, I do have to give a special shout out to Chris Carmody, who has coordinated it all. I would give him my cats to herd anytime. Our select board is seated in the front row of the gymnasium, and the chair of the select board is seated at the tables to my right. Our school committee is somewhere. Where are you, school committee? School committee is over here in the front row and at the table to my left, and our finance committee is seated in the front row in the gymnasium as well. I'd like to note that the members of these boards and committees are all volunteers, and that they all find a great deal of personal reward, not to mention many television and Zoom appearance opportunities, in their service to our town. If you too would like to reap these enormous rewards, do important and interesting work, make new friends, and get to know your community better, you could fill out a volunteer form. And seriously, we need you. If you spend a moment with the town's annual report, which is currently available online and will be available in print shortly, you'll find you'll be amazed by how much of our governance is done by volunteer citizens in all kinds of capacities. We have with us here this evening also Town Council Mina Makarios of Anderson and Krieger. He's seated at the front tables here to my right, and he will address the meeting if we have a legal question for him. Okay. As we start our proceedings, let me share with you some thoughts on town meeting from the handbook we follow, town meeting time. The town meeting conception of democracy is an idealized way of expressing the democratic hope that those who are governed will be able to reach those who govern them, and that they will be able to make their voices heard where it counts. It speaks for the belief that a society is safer and freer when the bulk of its citizens understand the programs and goals that their government has chosen, and they have achieved this understanding because these programs and goals have been honestly debated in public. Not least, the town meeting ideal catches an important meaning of freedom and expresses a classic conviction of believers in democracy, that freedom in the concrete, freedom as it is experienced in daily life, is the experience of having a hand in the determining of issues that touch the individual closely and intimately. Tonight, we are Concord's legislature because we are here not only as private citizens, but also as legislators. We must bear in mind as we cast our votes not only our personal interests, but also those of our community as a whole. As we deliberate, let each of us here tonight maintain an open mind, an open heart, graciousness when we disagree, and a healthy sense of humor, so that the debates of this meeting will not be a source of division among us when our business here is finished. Ms. Ackerman moves that the reading of the warrant and the return of service thereon be omitted. Is there a second? I see that there is. All those in favor, please raise their ballots. All those opposed, please raise their ballots. Okay, that is a vote, and I do so declare. It is our hope and goal to complete 2022 annual town meeting by the end of Monday night. We have 49 articles on the annual town meeting warrant. No motion is expected on 6 of the articles. 20 are on the consent calendar, and that leaves us with 23 articles for a full discussion. Ms. Ackerman moves that the meeting take up no new business after 6 p.m., and that when the meeting is adjourned, it be adjourned to resume tomorrow night, Monday, May 2nd, at 7 p.m. here at Concord Carlisle High School. Is there a second for this motion? I see that there is. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. That motion carries, and I do so declare. We'll now proceed to Article 1, which is choosing town officers. Our town election was on April 12th, 2022, and Terry Ackerman and Mary Hartman were elected to terms as select board members. Alexa Anderson and Cynthia Rainey were elected to the school committee, and Stephanie Troback was elected to the Housing Authority, and yours truly was elected for another term as moderator. We'll now proceed to the consent calendar. Could we have the slide deck for the consent calendar, please? You'll find the consent calendar in the Finance Committee report in the appendix, Appendix 4. The motion here is on the calendar. It's on the screen. Ms. Reynolds moves that the 2022 annual town meeting advance for consideration and take affirmative action upon the articles printed in the Finance Committee report as Appendix 4, 2022 consent calendar without any debate on any of the listed articles, provided that upon request by 10 voters at the meeting, made before the vote is taken on this motion, an article or in the moderator's discretion, a portion thereof, shall be dropped from the consent calendar and taken up in the ordinary course of business at this meeting. We do require a 2/3 vote on the consent calendar because there are some zoning articles on it. And the procedure here is I will take you through one at a time the articles which are on the consent calendar and ask when anyone wishes to remove that article from the consent calendar. And if we have 10 folks who want to remove any article from the consent calendar, we'll do that and proceed to vote on the remaining articles that are on the consent calendar. Okay. My slides just went away. There we go. Not working. Technology is magnificent, except when it's not. Chris, why don't you just advance the slides? Maybe that'll be easier. You think it'll work? Okay, there we go. Article 2 is the motion to accept the 2021 annual report. As I mentioned, it's not available on paper yet. It is posted on the website, and it will be available on paper soon. Would anyone like to remove this from the consent calendar? Okay. And I'm going to ask Ms. Flood in the auditorium to let me know if anybody in the auditorium puts their hand up to hold a particular article off of the consent calendar. Thanks. No one here. Okay, great. Article 3 is meeting procedure. This motion is printed in full in the Finance Committee report, and it is a rule of the meeting that is designed to keep us out of trouble with Proposition 2.5. Affirmative action recommended by the Finance Committee and the Select Board. This has been our rule of the meeting for more than 15 years. Anyone wish to take this off of the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium.
No one here either?
No one in the auditorium. Thank you. Article 4 is ratify personnel board classification actions. This is as printed in the warrant with the addition of 3 different actions that were taken by the personnel board following January 27 when the warrant was printed and up until May 1 today. And the first of those is removing this title IT Services Manager, replacing it with the title IT Operations Manager, adding the title GIS Program Manager for grade MP3, and adding the title Business Systems Analyst to MP2. Affirmative action recommended by the Finance Committee and the Select Board. This again is a routine and annual ratification action that was non-controversial at hearing. Anyone wish to remove this from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium, in the auditorium.
No one in the auditorium.
Thank you. Article 5 is the classification and compensation plan for regular status positions. This motion again is that the town take affirmative action on Article 5 as printed in the warrant. Affirmative action is recommended by the Select Board, and again, this is a routine and non-controversial action. Would anyone like to remove this from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium? No one? Thank you. Article 6 is a personnel bylaw amendment. This is also to take affirmative action on Article 6 as printed in the warrant. And these amendments are basically intended to conform the bylaw to state law with respect to holidays, to increase flexibility in vacation provisions, increase bereavement leave, and include gender-neutral language throughout the bylaw. Affirmative action is recommended by the Select Board, and this was non-controversial at hearing. Would anyone like to remove this from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium, in the auditorium.
Nope.
Article 7 is use of free cash. We do this every year. The motion is that the town direct the assessors to transfer $1 million from the certified free cash balance as of June 30, 2021, and reduce the tax levy for the current fiscal year. This is routine, was non-controversial at hearing. The free cash surplus is surplus that results from revenue collection exceeding estimates or expenditures being less than appropriations. And both the Finance Committee and the Select Board recommend affirmative action. Would anyone like to remove this from the consent calendar? I don't see anyone in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium, Carrie?
No one standing in the auditorium.
Okay, thank you. Article 12 is the appropriation for the senior means-tested property tax exemption. And the motion here is that the town transfer $150,000 from the overlay surplus to fund the senior means-tested property tax exemption program for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2023. This again was non-controversial at hearing. This appropriation is being made to provide continuity during this fiscal year of the senior means-tested property tax exemption that was in place for 3 years and expired June 30, 2021, and we're waiting for the legislature to take action to extend this permanently. Affirmative action recommended by the Finance Committee and the Select Board. Would anyone like to remove this article from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium, Carrie?
No one standing in the auditorium.
All right, thank you. Okay. Article 13 is OPEB trust fund appropriation. OPEB is other post-employment benefits, and the motion is that the town raise and appropriate $1,401,347 and transfer the amounts that you see on the screen from the light fund and broadband for a total appropriation of $1,467,851. And this is all to fund the town's fiscal year 2023 contribution to the OPEB trust fund established for the town under Mass General Laws, Chapter 32B, Section 20. This is an annual action, a non-controversial at hearing, and affirmative action is recommended by the Finance Committee and the Select Board. Would anyone like to remove this article from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium. How about the cafeteria?
You mean the auditorium?
Sorry, auditorium. I do mean the auditorium. That's exactly what I mean.
There's nobody standing except for a couple of people moving around.
All right, thank you. Okay. Article 14 is OPEB trust fund expense. And this is a motion to appropriate $275,000 from the trust fund for the fiscal year 2023 expenses, and to authorize the trustee of the OPEB trust fund to employ reputable and knowledgeable investment consultants to assist in determining appropriate investments and to pay for those services from the OPEB fund. This is recommended by the Finance Committee and the Select Board, non-controversial at hearing. This motion and this separate article represents an administrative change in the method of paying for the OPEB fund expenses that was recommended by the town's advisors to be paid directly from the fund instead of being a deduction from earnings. Would anybody like to remove this article from the consent calendar? Okay, seeing no one here in the gymnasium. How about the cafeteria? I'm sorry, the auditorium.
No one.
No one there?
No one.
Okay. Article 20 is an appropriation to the Middle School Stabilization Fund. And this is a motion to transfer $1 million from the overlay surplus and $500,000 from the certified free cash balance as of June 30, 2021. And that is a total appropriation of $1,500,000 to the Middle School Stabilization Fund. This is recommended by the Finance Committee, the Select Board, and the Concord Public Schools Committee. And again, this was non-controversial at hearing. And the point of this exercise is to distribute over time the impact on the tax levy that the middle school building project which was approved by a substantial majority at our special town meeting earlier this year, and a subsequent vote at the polls, will have on our taxes. And I should note the overlay surplus is a fund of money that the assessors hold to make adjustments when there are applications for abatements on property taxes. And so there is money in that fund to do this. Would anyone like to remove Article 20 from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium and in the auditorium.
No one in the auditorium.
Thank you. Article 27 is amending the Departmental Revolving Funds Bylaw. The motion is to take affirmative action as printed in the warrant, and the point of this is to add a Visitors Center and Tourism Revolving Fund to the town's Revolving Fund Bylaw for the purpose of depositing program receipts and paying for program expenses with the approval of the town manager. The Finance Committee and the Select Board recommend affirmative action on this article, and it was non-controversial at our pre-town meeting hearings. Would anyone like to remove Article 27 from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium and in the auditorium.
No one standing in the auditorium.
Thank you. Article 28 is authorizing the expenditure of revolving funds under Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half. You got to love these citations. It feels a little Harry Potter. The motion here is that the town take affirmative action on Article 28 as printed in the warrant. The Finance Committee and the Select Board recommend affirmative action, and this is a routine annual authorization to spend the money that's in the revolving funds with the approval of the town manager. Would anyone like to remove Article 28 from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium and in the auditorium, Carrie.
No one standing in the auditorium.
Thank you. Article 31 is a zoning bylaw amendment to amend the section dealing with additional dwelling units. The motion, again, is that the town take affirmative action on Article 31 as printed in the warrant, adding the clause that's shown in red highlight here, which does not appear in the warrant, and this was added just for clarification. This is to protect any additional dwelling unit that was given a special permit and recorded at the Registry of Deeds, but might not, if it came up for authorization, meet the current dimensions that are required for additional dwelling units. And as long as that non-conforming additional dwelling unit conforms to the dimensional requirements that are in its recorded special permit, it's good to go. The Planning Board and the Select Board recommend affirmative action on this. It was non-controversial at hearing. And again, it protects ADUs that were permitted and recorded before 2020, which on application for renewal might not comply with the current dimensional requirements. Would anyone like to remove this article, Article 31, from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium, Carrie?
No one standing in the auditorium.
Okay. Article 34 is a citizen petition zoning bylaw amendment, and it is to adjust the zoning district boundary between Residence A and Industrial Park B. The motion is that the town take affirmative action on the article as printed in the warrant. The Planning Board and the Select Board both recommend in favor of this article. It was non-controversial at hearing, and what it does is it amends the zoning district boundaries to bring into use compliance a residence that was constructed in 1692, but is currently located within the Industrial Park B zoning district. It's going to put that back in the residence district. Would anybody like to remove Article 34 from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium. Carrie?
Again, a couple of people moving around, but I don't believe anybody is objecting.
Okay, thank you. Article 39 is light plant expenditures and payment in lieu of taxes. This is a routine annual action. The motion is that the town take affirmative action on Article 39 as printed in the warrant. This was non-controversial at hearing. It is recommended by the Finance Committee and the Select Board, and it authorizes the light plant to expend its income for operations, and it provides for the transfer of $444,000 from the light plant operating fund to the Board of Assessors as their payment in lieu of taxes, and that will reduce the tax levy for the coming fiscal year. Would anyone like to remove Article 39 from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium and the auditorium.
No one in the auditorium.
Thank you. Article 40 is a solid waste disposal fund expenditures. The motion again is to take affirmative action on Article 40 as printed in the warrant. And Finance Committee and Select Board both recommend affirmative action. This is another routine annual action, non-controversial at our hearings, that authorizes the town manager to expend user fee revenue from the fiscal year ending June 30, 2023, and cash on hand in the solid waste disposal fund to operate the curbside solid waste and recycling collection and disposal program. Would anyone like to remove this article from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium.
No one in
Carrie?
the auditorium.
No one in the auditorium. Article 41 is sewer system expenditures. And this one is again moved as printed in the warrant with recommendations for affirmative action by the Finance Committee and the Select Board. This is another routine annual action, non-controversial at our hearing, and it authorizes the town manager to expend user fee revenue from the fiscal year ending June 30, 2023, and cash on hand in the sewer fund for the operation, maintenance, and improvement of the town's sewer system. Would anyone like to remove Article 41 from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium and
No
the
one.
auditorium.
No one in the auditorium.
Thank you. Article 42 is sewer improvement fund expenditures. And our motion is that the town take affirmative action on Article 42 as printed in the warrant. Finance Committee and Select Board, again, recommending affirmative action. This is another routine annual action, non-controversial. The Sewer Improvement Fund, this is a sub-fund of the sewer fund, and it consists of fees that are paid by certain properties that connect to the sewer system. And this article authorizes expenditure from that fund for construction and expansion of sewer lines and treatment facility capacity. Would anyone like to remove Article 42 from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium, and how about the auditorium?
No one standing here.
Thank you, Carrie. Article 43, water system expenditures. Again, the motion is to take affirmative action as printed in the warrant with affirmative action recommendations by the Finance Committee and the Select Board. This is another routine annual action. It authorizes the town manager to expend user fee revenue for the fiscal year ending 2023 and cash on hand in the water fund. And this is for operation, maintenance, and improvement of the town's water system. Would anyone like to remove Article 43 from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium. Carrie?
No one standing here.
And no one in the auditorium. Article 44 is the authorization of expenditures from the PEG Access and Cable-Related Fund. And this motion is that the town transfer from the PEG Access and Cable-Related Fund the amount of $435,302. This is to be expended under the direction of the town manager for necessary and expedient cable-related purposes, consistent with our Comcast licensing agreement during the fiscal year ending June 30, 2023. The Finance Committee, the Select Board, and the PEG Access Committee all recommend affirmative action on this, and this is another routine annual transfer that was non-controversial at hearing. Would anyone like to remove Article 44 from the consent calendar? I see no one in the gymnasium and in the auditorium.
No one standing.
Thank you. All right, that takes us through all 20 articles on the consent calendar. None have been removed. and it appears that we are ready for a vote. And again, we need a 2/3 vote to pass the consent calendar. Would all those in favor please raise your voting slips? Thank you very much. And would all those opposed please raise your voting slips? That is unanimous in the gymnasium. And what's it look like in the auditorium, Carrie?
Appears to be unanimous in this room as well.
Okay, that's great, thank you. So that is a vote, and I do so declare. And we will now move on to the articles for full deliberation. But before we do that, I'm going to ask a few folks to rise so we can take just a moment to acknowledge them. Would the following people please stand up? Outgoing Select Board Member Susan Bates. Outgoing Finance Committee and former Chair Mary Hartman, and I might add Select Board Member-elect. Outgoing Finance Committee Member John Hickling. Outgoing Deputy Superintendent Jared Stanton. Retiring Minuteman Superintendent Dr. Ed Buquillen. I don't know if she's here. Honored citizen Joanne Gibson. I don't see her, but we'll be thinking of her. And not in person here tonight, this afternoon rather, but with us in spirit, are outgoing Finance Committee member and former Chair Dean Banfield and outgoing Deputy Town Manager Kate Hodges. Let's give these folks a huge round of applause for their outstanding service to our town. We are so blessed to have so many talented staff members, professional members, and volunteers for our town. Thank you all. Okay. I have no motion under Article 8, and I therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action on Article 8. Our next article is Article 9. And that is the town budget. And we will hear from interim town manager, Carrie LaFleur. I think this motion is this motion on a handout, Ms. LaFleur?
Yes, it is.
All right, the motion is on a handout, which you should all have picked up on the materials table. So the motion we're going to see on the screen is going to be that this article is moved as printed in the handout. Could we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one. Thank you very much. Ms. LaFleur, I guess you're waiting for your PowerPoints. There we go.
Article 9 requests that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $51,005,334 for the operation of town departments and joint accounts for fiscal '23. While this request exceeds the Finance Committee's guideline, the delta between the request and the guideline will be funded through reappropriation of existing budget and capital funding. Due to the length of the motion, a handout is available for reference. Next slide. Unlike other operating budgets, the town's budget is appropriated by town meeting in 16 distinct line items. Lines 1 through 11 appropriate what is commonly referred to as the guidelines budget, and lines 12 through 16 appropriate the fixed costs, which are shared costs between the town and Concord Public Schools. Once appropriated, the town manager must then manage to the bottom line of each line item appropriation rather than to the total warrant article appropriations. Adjustments to the town's budget are then only allowed by further town meeting action or at the end of the year with the approval of the Finance Committee and Select Board. Next slide. This slide shows a summary of the line item appropriations on the left side and a summary of the various funding sources supporting the appropriations on the right. As you can see, there are a variety of funding sources used to support the town's operating budget, including property tax, local receipts, and transfers from enterprise and other special revenue funds. The town's budget process is a lengthy one, beginning in early fall and concluding in late February, in time for the public hearing process. The fiscal 23 budget began in earnest in October, and through a series of internal meetings with department managers and then meetings both with the Select Board and the Finance Committee has resulted in the recommended budget being presented today. This slide highlights the key budget dates, including the various Finance Committee meeting hearings. Please note that the fiscal 23 budget document is available on the town's website under Important Documents. Historically, the Finance Committee's guideline process has included both the operating budget and Tier 1 capital expenditures. For reference, Tier 1 capital refers to vehicle and equipment purchases of up to $250,000. As you can see in this slide, the fiscal 23 guideline provided an overall increase of 3.56%, or $1,042,152. Of this amount, $600,000 was allocated to operating and $400,000 to Tier 1 capital. While we worked diligently to meet this guideline, it was not possible to do so while maintaining current service levels. We are, however, able to bridge the gap by proposing to carry forward $600,000 in unspent fiscal 22 budget appropriation and transferring and reallocating $300,000 from an older capital article. In taking these steps, we are both able to maintain current service levels and keep the new money request at the Finance Committee's fiscal 23 guideline, resulting in a reasonably affordable 2.78% increase in property tax. We should be on slide 7. We began our fiscal 23 budget process by identifying 4 strategic issues: compensation and benefits, infrastructure, governance, and welcoming community initiatives. And our entire budget process was built around addressing these issues. Next slide. Next, when we then identified the costs associated with these strategic issues as shown on this slide, approximately 46% of the budget increase will go to wage adjustments to more closely align our salaries to market and to increase both our ability to retain existing employees and to attract qualified candidates for vacant positions. About 34% of the budget increase will be dedicated to increased Tier 1 capital spending, allowing us to properly maintain assets and meet policy objectives. Another 11% will be spent on addressing the remaining strategic issues with spending to enhance support boards and committees, advance DEI initiatives, and provide funding to enhance both transportation and affordable housing initiatives. The remaining 9% will fund increased utility costs and continue our very popular cardboard recycling program. The balance of the proposed increase is in joint accounts such as insurance, debt service, and retirement expense. These items totaling $21.1 million, or approximately 41.5% of the town's budget, are summarized here on slide 9. The largest expense in this category is for group insurance, consisting of the employer's share of health, dental, and life insurance benefits provided to the town and CPS employees. If you could advance to slide 10, please. The town offers 4 health insurance plans, including multiple high-deductible plans, which carry an approximate 20% decrement in the premium cost. Slide 11. The town of Concord is the single largest member of the Concord Retirement System, an independent entity administering retirement benefits to town, school, and housing authority employees. Each year, the town pays an annual assessment to the retirement system based upon the actuarial valuation of system assets and benefits owed. The town funds its annual assessment from two sources. First, the annual budget appropriation, and second, a transfer from the pension reserve account, which is an account that was established years ago to smooth annual budget increases. The town is nearing the end of its funding schedule and as a result has been able to increase the amount being transferred from the pension reserve account, resulting in a reduction in the amount of new money needed to fund the assessment. The town's funding plan fully amortizes the pension's unfunded liability as of fiscal 30, and as of January 1, 2021, the pension system is 94.5% funded, making it one of the best funded systems in the Commonwealth. Slide 12. The second largest expense in the fixed cost category is debt service. This category includes the annual debt service payments associated with in-levy and excluded debt. In total, the town's fiscal 23 debt service expenses projected at $10.9 million, or about the same as fiscal 22. Slide 13 shows the existing exempt debt through to full repayment, and slide 14 shows the existing exempt debt plus the estimated impact of the middle school project. Slide 15, to recap, the budget request includes the level of funding needed to support existing services and to begin addressing the town's identified strategic issues of welcoming community initiatives, employee compensation and benefits, and to provide adequate funding to replace equipment and vehicles. We respectfully ask for your support of Article 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. LaFleur. We'll hear from Ms. Reynolds on the Finance Committee, and I would like to note that the Select Board recommends affirmative action on Article 9.
The Finance Committee unanimously recommends affirmative action on this article. The town's budget is about 4% above the prior year, which is a larger increase compared to the past several years. But it comes after 3 years where the town absorbed local receipt revenue reductions of $3.3 million, while importantly maintaining level services. During those years, the average increase in town spending was 2.5%. Budget categories most affected by lower revenues were salary increases for non-union employees, road maintenance, and backfilling of open positions. The FY23 budget makes up some of this lost ground as local receipts are expected to rebound. We fully support these important investments in personnel and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Okay. We're now ready to open the floor for questions and comments on Article 9. We have 3 microphones here in the gymnasium. I believe we have 1 microphone in the center of the auditorium. If you'd like to ask a question or make a comment, please come to a microphone. And when you're recognized, you need to note your name and address. And every speaker from the floor will have 2 minutes today. And I do want to note that we have a few articles that on which there may be a lot of discussion. And if we get to a half an hour of discussion on any one of our articles today, I'm going to reduce the time to 1.5 minutes at that point, because after half an hour of discussion, inevitably we become a little repetitive. But for the first half hour of discussion, everyone has 2 minutes from the floor. I don't see anyone in the gymnasium approaching a microphone. Is there anyone in the auditorium?
Yes, I have one person at a microphone.
All right, let's go to the auditorium.
Please go ahead.
Pamela Dritt, Concord Green, Unit 4, 13 Concord Green. I approve of the intent and the care that people are doing to expend the money that the town needs to function. But I noticed, although DEI was included, there was no mention of sustainability. And I think we need to consider financially the impacts of changing to decarbonized energy supplies, including in town equipment, increases in diesel. In the future, please, let's not have a separation between financial things and environmental things. They're intertwined. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. LaFleur, did you want to address that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The reason that we included DEI initiatives is because that's a new initiative for fiscal '23. Our sustainability efforts have been ongoing for a number of years, and we already have funding within the budget for those initiatives, and that's why we specifically called out DEI versus sustainability.
Thank you very much. I see no one else in the gymnasium. Is there anyone else in the auditorium? I don't see anyone in the auditorium. Okay, that looks like we're ready to proceed to a vote. This is a simple majority vote. All those in favor of Article 9, Town Budget, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, that is unanimous in the gymnasium and in the auditorium.
I see no one opposed in the auditorium.
All right, that is unanimous in both rooms, and Article 9 passes, and I do so declare. We'll now proceed to Article 10, and we'll hear again from Ms. LaFleur. This is the Town Capital Improvement and Debt Plan.
Thank you once again. Article 10 requests that town meeting appropriate and transfer funds and authorize debt for the fiscal '23 capital improvement plan as printed in the warrant. Much like the annual budget process, the town's capital planning process is extensive, beginning in late summer and resulting in a draft plan which is available in December. The town separates its capital spending into 3 categories, categories 1, 2, and 3. Spending authorization sought for Tiers 1 and 2 is included in this article. Tier 1 spending is funded through a cash outlay, while Tier 2 spending is funded through the issuance of debt. The total request for Tier 1 is $1,509,700, as detailed on this slide, and is in compliance with the town's policy relative to capital outlay expenditure. The proposed plan requests $200,000 for technology improvements to upgrade meeting spaces, improve wireless communications in public buildings, and to replace staff computers. Approximately $40,000 is being sought to provide minor improvements both at the Hunt Gym and at the Municipal building at 37 Knox Trail. $25,000 is allocated for a feasibility study for the reuse of 3 building pods at Ripley, which are currently leased but expected to be available for municipal reuse after 2023. The town's subdivision rules and regulations were last updated in 2007. This request for $75,000 to hire a consultant to assist in updating this document to ensure compliance with the Commonwealth's subdivision control law. The $10,000 being requested for pond and stream management is intended to provide limited funds for emergency response and to replant wetland areas which have been disturbed. An additional $10,000 is being requested to delineate municipal agricultural land. $100,000 will be allocated to advance sustainability efforts, including installing charging infrastructure at municipal buildings, providing matching grants for funds for grants, and for gap support for sustainable capital purchases. A total of $395,000 is being sought to replace public safety vehicles and equipment, including 4 cruisers, either hybrid or electric, depending upon what's available, firefighter turnout gear, and audio-visual equipment in the training room. CPW seeks $40,000 to purchase an asset management tool that will utilize technology to inventory infrastructure systems in their condition for the purpose of planning maintenance of these assets. Additional funds are being sought for roadway safety improvements, such as guardrail replacements, line striping, signage, and various pieces of equipment. Further information on all proposed Tier 1 capital purchases may be found in the Fiscal 23 budget book beginning on page 48. The total request for Tier 2 debt finance projects is $4.5 million, as detailed on this slide, and is in compliance with the town's policy relative to capital debt purchases. $581,000 is being sought for a structural analysis and roof replacement for 133-135 Keyes Road. As these buildings are shared by CPW General Fund and Enterprise Fund operations, each of the funds will contribute its fair share to the total project cost. The roofs have exceeded their life expectancies and in some sections are failing, which is why both funding for the analysis and the replacement is being sought at the same time. The structural analysis will assess the building's current ability to withstand additional load on the roof and determine what additional investments are needed to make both roofs solar ready. It has been more than 15 years since the basketball courts at Emerson Park were resurfaced, and major cracks and fault lines exist which have given way to frost heaves. $150,000 is proposed to refurbish the courts. Giroux Park, located off Commonwealth Ave, will be completed by the end of this year. However, as you can see from this photo, that while much of the land has been preserved, some of the clearing that was necessary revealed significant invasive species. A total of $200,000 is being sought to remove invasives and replant along the shoreline and pond slope area. The remainder of this request is for CPW projects, including $32,000 for traffic improvements such as signal timing and improvements to intersection geometry, $362,000 for vehicle and heavy equipment replacements, including a sidewalk plow, front-end loader, and 2 light-duty dump trucks, $772,000 for drainage and bridge repairs, and $2 million for the annual pavement maintenance program. On behalf of town staff, I ask for your support of Article 10 to fund the town's fiscal 23 capital improvement plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. LaFleur. There is a handout that has the motion printed out that everyone should have. And could we have a second for the motion under Article 10, please? I see that we have one. Yes, go right ahead.
I'm Chris Reynolds, Chair of the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee unanimously recommends affirmative action on this article. As you saw from the presentation, the middle school debt will have a significant impact on property taxes over the next several years and will crowd out other large building projects until about 2030. To date, the only project cost offset is $548,000 of savings from school building consolidation. We encourage continued analysis to determine whether ARPA or CPA funds could be used in the future to reduce the impact of this project on taxpayers. The acting town manager and the select board will be finalizing the structure, term, and interest rate associated with the $100 million middle school debt issuance. It's a very large debt offering, and we encourage exploring available debt features which might further minimize the tax impact of debt service, particularly during the peak debt service years of 2025 through 2028. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. And I should note that the Select Board recommends affirmative action on Article 10. We're ready to open the floor for questions and comments. And once again, present yourself at a microphone. And when you're recognized, please state your name and address. I see no one in the gymnasium.
No one in the auditorium.
No one in the auditorium. Wait, here we have someone approaching a microphone.
My name is Tim Rose, 97 Bartlett Hill Road.
Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I perhaps did not hear it correctly, but was The allotment for natural resources, $10,000 or $20,000?
Ms. LaFleur will take that for us.
So there are two projects, two $10,000 projects for a total of $20,000.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone in the auditorium? Nope. Okay. All right, it looks like we're ready to proceed to a vote on Article 10. All those, and this again is a simple majority vote, all those in favor, please raise your voting slip. Thank you very much. All, oh, it's 2/3, yes it is. This is a borrowing article, sorry, 2/3. Thank you, Town Council. Okay, and all those opposed, please raise your voting slip. Well, that's unanimous in the gymnasium, and how about the auditorium, Carrie?
I see no one opposed in the auditorium.
All right, so that's a unanimous vote in favor of Article 10. The article passes, and I do so declare.
Over there, because this whole thing was, and I think I knocked the microphone.
Now, I have no motion under Article 11, and I therefore declare that the meeting is taking no article no action on Article 11, and I do so declare. We have addressed Articles 12, 13, and 14 on the consent calendar. I have no motion under Article 15, and I therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action on Article 15. And we will proceed to Article 16. Okay, so we'll have Ms. Bryant's PowerPoint up in just a moment. This is a citizen petition, and the motion is that Ms. Bryant moves that the town adopt a moratorium on the construction and installation of any synthetic turf defined as monofilament carpet with loose infill on any land of any size owned by the town for a 5-year time period starting May 1, 2022 and ending on May 1, 2027. Do we have a second for the motion? I see that we do. All right, Ms. Bryant, proceed.
Beverly Bryant, 175 Conan Street. I'm petitioning the town of Concord for a 5-year moratorium on the installation of synthetic turf on town land. Slide 2. This moratorium is a 5-year extension of the 3-year moratorium that was first put in place at the 2016 town meeting and then extended for another 3 years in 2019. It will apply to all town land in Concord, including the Concord Public Schools. It does not apply to private land nor the Concord Carlisle Regional High School, which includes the Douglas White Fields and the Stadium Field, because these fields are under joint jurisdiction with Carlisle. Slide 3. Synthetic turf consists of a plastic monofilament carpet with an infill made from discarded tires. Sorry, is that 3? Yes, okay. Discarded tires that are ground up into pellets called crumb rubber. New infills also include small plastic beads and treated wooden pellets called Brockfill to replace the crumb rubber. Slide 4. Crumb rubber contains known carcinogens such as benzopyrene, which is banned in Europe, and endocrine disruptors like phthalates that block the function of the male hormone androgen. These developmental hormones are particularly dangerous in the low doses that occur in these fields. Children are more susceptible to these toxic chemicals than adults and absorb them while playing, either by mouth, through skin, or through off-gassing of the fields on hot days. Slide 5. In 2016, 3 government agencies together launched the Federal Research Action Plan to study crumb rubber and its effects on human health. This study is ongoing and has not been able to show that crumb rubber is safe for our children. recently more chemicals of concern have been identified in synthetic turf. Slide 6. Synthetic turf impacts the environment. During heavy rains and snows, the chemicals and infills are washed out of the fields, polluting our woodlands, waterways, and wells. They enter the food chain and put wildlife and humans at risk. This can be seen in both the Douglas White fields and the Stadium field, as you see here. Slide 7. The plastic grass blades in synthetic turf are made with the aid of polyfluoroalkyl substances known as PFAS. PFAS chemicals have been found in the plastic carpets of synthetic turf and also in brock fill, the fill made from wooden pellets. PFAS chemicals do not degrade over time, but accumulate in the environment indefinitely. They create serious health risks, for example, birth defects, cancer, and immune suppression. Slide 8. Massachusetts regulates measurable PFAS in drinking water to a limit of 20 nanograms per litre. In 2021, the Hugh Cargill well already had over half the legal limit. The Douglas White fields and the Stadium field are in the Hugh Cargill well catchment area. The addition of more synthetic turf threatens to further contaminate our water supply. Slide 9. As they age, the plastic grass blades break off continuously, resulting in microplastics being constantly washed from the fields. Slide 10. The construction of synthetic turf fields works against the sustainability principles adopted by the town in 2011 by replacing an organic ecosystem with toxic chemicals that accumulate and pollute the soil and water, by making these fields net emitters of carbon rather than capturing carbon by photosynthesis, by destroying the biodiversity that grass fields support, and by adding to the toxic waste in landfills when they are disposed of. The climate emergency requires urgent action, and there is no doubt that these fields contribute to the problem. Slide 11. New grass varieties used for playing fields can stand up to hard use and drought conditions. They can be managed organically without pesticides or herbicides. A University of Missouri study showed that over 16 years, organically managed grass was far less expensive to maintain than conventional fields or synthetic turf. Some clubs are replacing their synthetic turf with natural grass because of increased leg and foot injuries. Slide 12. Synthetic turf fields have to be replaced every 10 to 13 years and are not currently recyclable. They are disposed of in a landfill, usually out of state. Disposal costs are now estimated at $350,000 per field. This is an unnecessary expense when organically managed grass is a cost-effective alternative. Slide 13. In conclusion, we are asking the town to continue the current moratorium on synthetic turf for another 5 years, to protect our children from exposure to untested and toxic chemicals, to allow the ongoing research on synthetic turf to be completed, to protect our town from the toxic chemicals washing out of these fields, slide 14, to maintain our grass fields as a valuable ecosystem that captures carbon, and to protect the town from the increasing costs of disposal and replacement of synthetic turf fields. I ask for your support on Article 16. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. I want to note that the Select Board recommends affirmative action on Article 16. We'll now open the floor for questions and comments on the article. I see no one in the gymnasium. Is there anyone in the auditorium?
There's nobody standing at a mic.
Up here comes someone to the microphone in the gymnasium. Yes, go ahead.
Janet Miller, 1647 Main Street.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm strongly in favor of this article. The environmental degradation from these fields far outweighs any convenience for coaches and team players. The plastic pollution has really come to light over the last few years, apart from the toxicity of the infills themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. All right, seeing no one else at a microphone, it looks like we're ready to proceed to a vote on Article 16. All those in favor, please raise your voting slip. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, well, that carries overwhelmingly in the gymnasium, and how about in the auditorium, Carrie?
I saw a couple of nays, but otherwise overwhelmingly positive.
All right, and the meeting has voted in favor of Article 16, and I do so declare. Okay, we'll now proceed to Article 17, which is the Minuteman Regional Technical High School District budget, and we'll hear from Dr. Buquillan. The motion is that Mr. Ledoux moves that the town appropriate $1,508,544 as Concord's assessed share of the funds for the necessary and expedient purposes of the Minuteman Regional Technical High School District for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2023. Is there a second for the motion? I see that there is. And I want to note that the Finance Committee and the Select Board recommend affirmative action on Article 17. Dr. Buquillan.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you, Concord. Overall, our budget summary for the FY23 operating and capital budget is up about 4.9% over this year. However, our assessments, as you'll notice, are up 15%. Our overall budget objectives, of course, are to continue to support staff and student health, promote high-quality career and vocational technical education, advance our academy model, increase in our capacity of the building, and also to start to utilize our facilities, which are now been available for rental use. And we are in the final year of our MSBA project and hope to close it out in FY23. Some of the larger budget drivers are the teacher's contract. We're in year 3 of a 2% increase. Health insurance, transportation, as you can imagine, the supply chain issues are affecting all of us. We are increasing our contribution to our OPEB liability. We are also trying to replace worksite buses, and our Capital Stabilization Fund, increasing the amount of contribution to that as well. The big story at Minuteman over the last few years has been our enrollment has fundamentally shifted. Historically, enrollment at Minuteman was a significant amount of the enrollment was from students who were residing outside of the 9-member towns. That has shifted, and that has resulted in a reduction of tuition revenue from out of district, a reduction in our capital fee revenue, resulting in increased assessments to our member towns. You can see we're projecting over 700 students coming this fall, and the green line on the bottom is the historical out of district enrollment. The application trend continues. This is, if you notice in the year of graduation, 26, we had over 400 applications for 175 slots in the freshman class. Over 300 of those applications were from our member town students, and another 100 or so from out-of-district students who are continuing to apply, which they're able to do, but we simply don't have room for them. And you can see a 105% increase from our 9-member towns over the last 5 years. Concord enrollment has increased steadily. We did see a big increase in applications this past year for the fall. And just this slide, there's a lot going on in this slide, but I wanted to try to tell the story where you can see the blue line across the top is the amount of millions of dollars that we've had available to us every year to offset our member town assessments. The sort of orange line on the bottom is the amount of capital revenue that we've had from non-member communities. And that has declined as the purple line has purple bar has declined. So we're seeing a fundamental shift in enrollment at Minuteman. For literally 40 years, we've had sometimes more than 50% of the enrollment was from out of town. And so the changes in assessment, tracking with the changes in enrollment, we are using a 4-year rolling average now to calculate the assessment, and that takes the bite, if you will, out of large increases in enrollment. You can see in Bolton, they had a 60% increase in enrollment and I say only, a 35% increase in assessment. And that's a function of our new regional agreement. Admissions for this year, you can see in Concord, we had 26 qualified applicants as of February 15th. 22 were offered enrollment. So far, 19 have accepted. But as of last week, there were 4 students from Concord who were on a waiting list. Just a little bit more detail about the Concord assessment. The minimum local contribution has increased, transportation. Debt service was excluded, but we do include it in the total assessment. And this is a bit more detailed breakdown of the assessment year over year. You can see the enrollment increased 32% year over year, but the 4-year rolling average increased only 17%, and that's the number that's used to calculate the assessment. And you can see a little bit of drop in transportation. That's because we didn't use our buses so much because of COVID. So overall, the assessment is up 17% for Concord, $1.5 million. A little bit more detail in the budget. We are adding some staff for next year. Our net increase is only about 1.5. We do have still about 45 to 50% of our students are on IEPs, and we're continuing to provide support so that they can access the curriculum fully. We didn't have any active reductions. These were just positions that are not going to be filled. So overall, we're increasing our staffing by only 1.5 FTE. Career Tech Ed, we are funding priorities there, including our animal science program, which will be in its 2nd year. Our logistics engineering program is continuing to develop as an expansion of robotics and automation, making workplace clothing and safety gear available for all students. And then the district will be picking up all the costs for credentialing. Minuteman has a no-fee, no-cut policy when it comes to athletics, and if we extend that into the industry-recognized credentials, no student should have to pay for the credentials that they're being trained for. The building design was 628 students. We exceeded that in our first September opening. We project that we will be hitting the 800 mark if we have space by FY24. So how are we going to do that without borrowing more? We have plenty of space when it comes to the CTE shop areas. We do not have academic space. So we're going to be using our capital stabilization account to fund some projects on site that will be included in the project work that the students are going to be doing too. Strategy 2, we had special legislation passed in 2018, which allows us to enter long-term ground leases of up to 50 years with partners who are aligned with our mission and goals. We have identified a partner for our animal science and veterinary health clinic, which we hope to open in the fall of 2023. And that will add our capacity so that we'll be up around 800 students. OPEB liability, we're increasing the contribution over the next 5 years as other debt comes off of our balance sheet. And we're also budgeting $10,000 per new position to add to the OPEB trust fund. And that concludes my presentation, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Buquillin. All right, we'll open the floor now for Dr. Buquillin. There's a couple chairs right here if you want to stay close to answer any questions that might come up. We'll open the floor to questions and comments. I don't see any in the gymnasium.
None in the auditorium either.
All right, I think we're ready to proceed to a vote on Article 17. Would all those in favor of the Minuteman Regional Technical High School District budget please raise their voting slips? Thank you very much. And all those opposed? Well, that appears to be unanimous in the gymnasium. And how about the auditorium?
Unanimous here as well.
All right, then the meeting has passed Article 17, and I do so declare. And thank you very much, Dr. McQuillan. All right, we will now proceed to Article 18, which is the Concord Public Schools budget. The motion on the screen is going to say that Ms. Rainey is making this motion, but unfortunately Ms. Rainey is unable to be with us today. And Ms. Marano will be making this motion instead. Who is speaking to Article 18? Okay, thank you very much. You'll see the motion on the screen, but the motion will be that Ms. Marano moves that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $43,010,486 for the necessary and expedient purposes of the public schools of the town for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2023, and that the same be expended only for such purposes and under the direction of the Concord School Committee. Could we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one. Thank you very much. And Dr. Hunter.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. It's always a privilege to be here annually, especially after the last few years we've experienced in the schools, and there's no doubt our ability to serve children to the capacity that we have as a result of the support, both fiscally and in many, many other ways that this community has provided to us. There is also no question that the impact of the pandemic continues to be prevalent in the schools and is certainly a factor in the budgets that you're going to hear about this afternoon. So thank you so much. So in the Concord Public School budget, which is 80% driven by salaries, this year we're looking for essentially a level service budget with the exception of a few positions, including special education positions to finish our continuum of intensive special education programs within the district. We've been very successful at maintaining more students within our schools and allowing them to stay in their neighborhood buildings and also benefit the general education population by the inclusionary benefits of that. The other additional highlight I'll mention that you'll see here and as well in the coming regional discussion is the addition of a Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion that's split between the two districts, and he is leading our work in DEI, equity, and anti-racism, and there's no question that that has been a substantial impact on the schools this year and into the coming year. Other costs this year that we have incurred at CPS include transportation for special education. Case Transportation is our provider for out-of-district students, and that can vary depending on the number of students and where they're going. And a few other small pieces out of contracted services and stipends for teachers. You can see those numbers are nominal, and yet we saw some increase there for various needs. So these were our expense budget drivers. We are always, through the zero-based budgeting process, looking to find savings to offset the expenses that we know we're going to incur contractually or otherwise. The work of that process this year led to reductions in special education tuitions. IDEA is our special education grant. We were able to utilize more of that to offset, as well as Circuit Breaker, which is the subsidy program sponsored by the state towards special education. So the combination of those has allowed us considerable savings going into FY23. We've winding down a retirement incentive program that began back in 2017 by having teachers maximize the payment process that was embedded in that. Those numbers are coming off of the budget, so there are decreases there. And we've had some consolidation and efficiencies in our curriculum work, and that's why you see a reduction there. So you can see we're able to find savings of $850,000 approximately. We did want to mention while we were here, I think it was referred to at one point, we have had federal COVID funds available to us, as have all school districts. That is the total amount across all of the packages that have been provided. You can see at most we've had $1.2 million. Of that, we've expended about $600,000. We're being very careful and cautious with this, making sure it's for one-time expenditures, or if it's for salaries, which you'll see in a minute, we're being sure we really do that in a real slow, marginal way so that we don't create this big cliff we're going to fall off of in a few years when the money's no longer available. The biggest package is this ESSER 3 package, so you can see we did have to put out community input for that. This is where we've landed, and it's bound to be revisited given that it extends for the next couple of years. Right now, we're highly focused on literacy and counseling for the middle school students. We are bringing you a budget today then that is a 3.12% increase. We are at guideline with the Finance Committee after extended conversations, and we're really grateful for the time and efforts that they put in to work with us to get here this afternoon. Our total budget this year request is $43,010,486. Thank you. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Hunter. And I believe that we will hear from, are we going to hear from Mr. Patel for the Finance Committee? And Ms. Ackerman, may I ask, the Finance Committee report indicates that the Select Board would report out at town meeting. Is the Select Board recommend in favor? Yes, the Select Board recommends affirmative action on Article 18. Mr. Parashar.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Parashar Patel, Chair of the Guidelines Subcommittee and a member of the Finance Committee. Finance Committee recommends affirmative action on this article. With a standalone budget of $43 million, another $4.5 million in health insurance benefit costs, and $3.8 million in existing debt service, CPS is by far the largest budget unit in Concord, and its impact on tax bills will grow significantly with the new $102.8 million middle school, as we saw earlier in the presentation. While we support the proposed fiscal year 23 budget increase of 3.12%, we are concerned about the tax impact of future cost growth. Concord Public School costs are expected to grow about 3.8% per year over the next 5 years, driven primarily by teacher compensation, which grows at roughly 4 to 6% per year in the next 5 years. So we encourage CPS and the school committee to identify ways to reduce this cost trajectory in order to maintain more moderate tax growth in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now open the floor for questions and comments on Article 18, and I will note that as of 2 p.m., we had 411 voters checked into annual town meeting. I see no one in the gymnasium. Is there anyone in the auditorium?
I see no, whoops, I think we've got somebody coming to a mic now.
All right.
Go ahead, please.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green, Unit 4. I'm concerned that the article authorizes the treasurer to borrow $900,000 for a high-efficiency condensing boiler at the Alcott Elementary School. And I cannot support putting gas infrastructure into our schools. That should be a heat pump.
Ms. Dritt, you have the wrong article.
Oh,
yeah. That's Article 19, so this is the budget, the operating budget. Thank you. Anyone else?
I see no one here.
Okay, looks like we're ready for a vote on Article 18, which is the Concord Public Schools budget. All those in favor of Article 18, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Is that an opposition over there? Yes, okay. All right, so that is nearly unanimous in the gymnasium. And what does it look like in the auditorium, Carrie?
I believe it was unanimous in the auditorium.
All right, then the meeting has passed Article 18, and I do so declare. We'll now proceed to Article 19, We will hear again from Superintendent Hunter. Once again, this motion is, it's going to appear to be made by Ms. Rainey, but because she is unable to be with us today, it's actually Ms. Morano who is making this motion. And the motion is to authorize the town treasurer with the approval of the select board to borrow money for the issuance of bonds or notes under the relevant provisions of the general laws, the sum of $900,000 to be expended under the direction of the school committee for various projects which Ms. Hunter will be describing to us. Is there a second for the motion? I see that there is. Ms. Hunter, Dr. Hunter.
Great, thank you so much. So, are you going to bring the slides, Chris? There we go, great, thank you. So as you just heard, we had a different plan coming into today that was adjusted over the past week. So I want to just talk you through the request and where the $900,000 would be allocated should it pass here today. We are looking at beginning carpet and tile replacements at the elementary schools. Thoreau, Willard, and Alcott are all within 10 to 15 years old, and it's always best to stay ahead of that and not get to the point where you're in dire need of doing extensive entire buildings at once, so we want to begin that work. We would like to start to put in an integrated playground at Thoreau, which really means not only is it equipment, but accessibility, making sure that those students who are in our special education programs and have potentially limited mobility have easy access to playground equipment that allows them with potentially moderated physical abilities be able to enjoy the outdoors and recess. Flooring replacement at Ripley, you're going to hear a theme over this year and in coming years. Ripley's in pretty substantial need of upgrades. It has not been touched in a long time, so we want to begin to bring those to you. So we're looking at flooring replacements at Ripley as well as paving and sidewalk replacements outside. You'll see paving and sidewalks all starting to decay. I'm going to skip over the middle school piece and go to the other part of the Ripley request. We have a Green Communities Award, thanks to the town sustainability director and the efforts on the town side that matches the ability to put heat pumps over the classrooms at Ripley. In order to be able to accept that grant and produce that project within the allotted amount of time, we have since learned that we need to do a substantial amount of electrical infrastructure upgrades. So earlier this week, because of the concerns we heard about the Alcott boiler, I will say that community feedback did reach the school committee and the administration. We have swapped out the boiler and put that on hold for further review, and that is why $300,000 is a request for the electrical upgrades and $50,000 is a request to do a study for the alternative approaches and what we might be able to do at Alcott and the other two schools, knowing we're into buildings that have infrastructure that is certainly not necessarily as sustainable as possible at the moment. And then the last piece is the middle school, looking at our standing $100,000 for all the unknowns that can come up at Sanborn and Peabody. We're grateful that these are asks that will not continue for more than a few more years as the new middle school project goes forward. So all of those equate to the $900,000, which is our traditional number coming to you annually, and maintain that again this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Hunter. And I want to note that both the Finance Committee and the Select Board recommend affirmative action on Article 19. This is a borrowing, so this is a 2/3 vote. And we'll open the floor for questions and comments. Microphone number 2.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mary Hartman, 16 Concord Green. I'm a member of the Finance Committee, but I'm speaking for myself. I noticed that you have some money there for the Thoreau playground, and when I walk there frequently, I see you still have the temporary classrooms, you still have the storage pods. So what's going on with Thoreau?
Thanks for asking. The Thoreau building had a fire on June 28th of last summer. The fire was in the 94 wing, which I'm now renaming the 2022 wing because we have essentially rebuilt that entire wing from the studs up. The damage from the fire and the water as a result of the sprinkler was very, very extensive. We returned students to the wing in the building rather than the modulars outside last week. So we're really excited. They are back in their classrooms, and I'm extraordinarily grateful. The Thoreau staff has been incredibly resilient. Some of those teachers have moved 3 times in a year. So the mods are coming down as we speak, maybe off-site even as soon as this week or next week, and we're gonna start to regroup ourselves back to normal. So the Thoreau Playground project, we're still hoping is in a portion of the site that can continue to move forward this summer. We're keeping an eye on how this all plays out time-wise, but an extraordinary year at Thoreau, no question. We couldn't have thought we could do one more thing over there after the pandemic, and it turns out we could. So thank you, Mary, for asking.
Thank you. I think this is microphone number 3 over here on my right. That would be you, Ms. Bates.
Okay. Susan Bates, I'm a member of the Select Board, but speaking on my own behalf. I live at 28 Concord Green, number 6. And I just had a question, Dr. Hunter, about the $300,000 that is now being allocated for electrical work in order to do the project at Ripley. How much is the grant for that you received for that project?
Great question. So the grant is for about $130,000 towards the heat pumps. So that is in our 5-year plan, our portion of that already. So that will not be an additional ask at any point. It's embedded in. Because of the recent changes that we made this past week, we always revisit the 5-year plan annually. We certainly need to do that this coming year, hopefully with more information from the study that we've requested here today. So that is covered for the heat pumps within the plan as it exists.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And the next speaker at microphone number 3.
Thank you. Cynthia Katz, 20 Conant Street.
Ms. Katz.
Thank you. I'm wondering about repaving sidewalks and whether it was considered to not use asphalt, which doesn't allow any water filtration.
It hasn't been at this point. We're in the early stages of that project. That is actually a collaborative project with the town because of the grounds being shared with the town and community. A lot of the space is overseen by the town. We can certainly look at what the options are. I think there is some urgency here. I guess that's the way I'll say it. Things are not necessarily as safe as they could be, and it's been on the list for a couple of years. So I don't know if there'll be alternative options, but we can certainly consider that.
That'd be great because asphalt does not only not allow water to filter, but it's a petroleum product.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions in the auditorium?
There are no questions here.
Okay. It looks like we are ready to proceed to a vote on Article 19. I'll remind everyone this is a 2/3 vote. Would all those in favor of Article 19 please raise your voting slips? Thank you very much. All those opposed? All right, and the motion carries in the gymnasium by well more than 2/3. And how about in the auditorium?
It appears to be unanimous here.
All right, that's a vote, and I do so declare. All right, we have addressed Article 20 on the consent calendar, and we will now proceed to Article 21, which is the Concord Carlisle Regional High School budget. We'll hear again from Superintendent Hunter, and once we get this motion up on the screen, it's going to say that Mr. Booth moves that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $24,962,356 as the town's apportioned share of the Concord Carlisle Regional School District budget for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2023, and that the same be expended only for such purposes and under the direction of the Concord Carlisle Regional School Committee. Both the Finance Committee and the Select Board recommend affirmative action on this motion, and do we have a second? I see that we do. Thank you. Superintendent Hunter?
Thank you. So unlike CPS, the high school budget varies in a number of ways, including the fact that there are a number of other drivers besides salaries. Salaries are approximately two-thirds of the budget. We must allocate, as the town does, for insurance, OPEB, and other costs. And so we're always doing that same zero-based budgeting process, knowing there's a number of variables that we need to consider as we go forward. This year, we're driven by a number of special education tuitions that did increase, so we have to absorb that and make sure that we're covering those. It's essentially a level service budget for the staff, so you'll see those numbers there. Insurance, just like the town, we're accommodating increases there, and we'll need to consider that. The other portion of the DEI director is here, as well as support staff increases, all of which are contractual, by the way. So a little bit with drivers, both salary and a little with the buses this year. So our budget drivers this year were about $1.1 million in increase. Our cost savings in the high school, unlike in CPS where we had an increase in out-of-district transportation, we had a decrease here. So that was significant. Contracted services, again, we continue to consolidate supports and needs and trying to minimize our need for outside providers. Leases were down because of some technology that had been leased and that came off the books. And debt is down as well for about $500,000 in savings. Excess and deficiency is our stabilization fund, essentially, at the region. We are allowed to keep 5% by law, no more than that. At one point a few years ago, we were down as low as 2.9%, and actually were noted on a Moody's rating that that was a concern for them. So we've worked really hard and collaboratively, the school committee, select board, and finance committee, to really address that and make sure our sustainable fiscal funds are available as needs arise. And so we've restored E&D back to 4.9%, and that's where it will be going into FY23, which is a really strong, solid position for the region. OPEB is an ongoing piece that we watch carefully and try to follow suit to the really solid contributions that the town puts in. We try to be sure the region is doing the same. The formulas keep changing as to how you assess that, and right now the way they do it is to look at the percent that you have contributed, and so we are in a good solid place. You can see our numbers there, and we have a steady line item of just over $500,000 annually going into OPEB. And we do pay as we go, so we try to make sure those benefits are not extraordinarily increasing as people retire from us. To note, for COVID money and the federal contributions that we had there, it was certainly less than CPS, just simply because of the number of students. So we looked at a benefit of about $300,000 between all the packages, and just under $200,000 of that is for the ESSER 3 money, which is the longest timeline money that we can carry forward. So there's a reading specialist subsidized, not completely funded, but subsidized, and we'll have to make sure we're weaning that number up in coming budgets. So the overall assessments that we're bringing here today for Concord without debt is 3.06%. With debt, which we tend to not normally consider as much of a factor in Concord, but worth noting, is 2.4%. The overall increase to this year's budget across the board is 2.94%. Concord's portion of the $36,541,181 is $24,962,356. I will note that chronologies occurred differently this year. Carlisle's town meeting was on Monday, so we actually come to this meeting with a vote already appropriated in Carlisle. It's usually the other way around. So thank you. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Hunter. And if I haven't noted it already, both the Finance Committee and the Select Board recommend affirmative action on Article 21, and we'll now open the floor to questions and comments on Article 21. I see none in the gymnasium. How about in the auditorium, Carrie?
No one has, oh, I do have one person coming to the microphone.
Okay.
Hi, it's me again. I want to know what the plans are to transition the school bus fleet to all-electric. The American Lung Association has found that the time that children spend on school buses, they're exposed to the most pollution in their entire lives. And that there have been studies that showed that IQ is affected, as well as the incidence of asthma and other lung issues.
Britt, could you give us your name and address, please?
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green.
Thank you. Superintendent Hunter.
Sure, thank you. The school committee certainly had conversations with us about this. We are operating currently 3 electric buses across the fleet with hopes for the 4th soon. We've been tapping every fiscal opportunity that we can, including the Volkswagen grant. We actually submitted for a bus through the program at the state level where regional transportation is subsidized. I do believe we are the first to put in for reimbursement on an electric bus instead of a diesel bus. So we're probably expecting that loophole to close as the state realizes that. With a cost factor of $300,000 per bus instead of $100,000, that frankly is the issue. Thanks to the town meeting vote a year ago, we have been able to start upgrading the infrastructure at the depot in preparation for more buses, and everyone, I believe, is fully in support of continuing to electrify the fleet. It's a means of how we get from where we are to doing that. Recently, a working group has started in collaboration across the schools in the town. We're actively watching the Biden administration's money that's starting to become available and looking to see what our eligibility is for that. So more to come on that topic for sure.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Hunter. Is there anyone else at a microphone in the auditorium, Carrie?
I believe, yes, I see one other person approaching.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, hello. My name is Mark Weiler, 8 Eaton Street. I have a question and a request for comment about the fact that we've celebrated Arbor Day yesterday, and as I was coming into the building today, I noticed at least 4 or 5 trees that are chopped down or definitely not contributing to a carbon reduction. Is there any part of the plan or budget that addresses the greenery on this property that...
Superintendent Hunter?
Yeah.
Sure, and I'll answer generally since I'm not exactly sure which trees you're referring to. We do tend to have a bit of an irrigation problem in some portions of the campus here, so that's an ongoing discussion and something we're looking at. But if you want to send us an email to note any particular spots you want us to give a look to, we're happy to do that. We're certainly committed to maintaining the trees on site.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no one else at a microphone in the gymnasium. Carrie, if there's no one else at a microphone in the auditorium, I think we're ready for a vote.
I think we're ready.
Okay. All those in favor of Article 21, the Concord Carlisle Regional High School budget, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? That's unanimous in the gymnasium, and how about in the auditorium?
I see no ballots raised in opposition.
All right, so that is a unanimous vote in favor of Article 21, and I do so declare. We'll next move to Article 22, which is the Concord Carlisle Regional High School capital projects. And we'll see the motion in a moment, and this one will be that Mr. Booth moves that the town approve $855,000. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong number, isn't it? It's $853,000 and change. You'll see the precise number on the screen of debt that was authorized by the Concord Carlisle Regional School Committee for repair and repaving of the access road including sidewalk repairs, drainage, lighting, as determined by the school committee. Provided, however, that this approval will be contingent upon the passage of a Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion referendum to exempt the town's allocable share from the amounts required for the payment of interest and principal on this borrowing. Both the Finance Committee and the Select Board recommend affirmative action on this. Now, this is a borrowing, but because it's basically a ratification of a vote by the Regional School Committee, this is actually a majority vote, a simple majority vote by town meeting. And we'll hear from Superintendent Hunter. Do I have a second for the motion? I see that I do. Thank you.
Great, thank you. As the slides come up, I'll just confirm the number is $853,665 for the entirety of the project, and you would be considering Concord's portion of that. Carlisle has done the same, split based on enrollments, and we'll talk about that in a moment. So the campus road, the access road along from Walden to the Thoreau Street entrance in front of the Beatty Center has not been reconstructed since prior to construction of the high school. It was value engineered out of that project and has been on the list for years to be restored. You'll remember a few years ago we considered parking in addition to the paving, and I want to just be very clear, this is straight paving, some upgrades to lighting and safety, but otherwise it's about reconstructing the roadway as it exists with no additional parking. So we're looking to do that, lighting along the access road, improving and adding lighting, and repairing the sidewalks and curbing that are decaying. So just to confirm, it's the Walden Street to the Thoreau Street entrances and the loop road along in front of Beatty Center. We've had Gale Associates do a review of the campus road, and it's confirmed in poor condition. I'm going to say that probably 4 or 5 different ways. So there's ponding and damaged and cracked, even uneven pavement at the Walden Street entrance. The Thoreau Street entrance has similar issues with cracks and patches. The entire length of the road is alligator cracks and potholes. I chuckled as I drove in. We did fill them all so as not to make our point as you drove up to town meeting more tangibly. The strength of the road is failing. There may be there is a need for the under material to also be replaced, and the same is true of the sidewalks and curbing. We've been working really collaboratively with the Concord DPW. The town engineer has been out and assessed it and indeed did some of the feasibility work for us, so we could bring you a number here today. In the rating system that the DPW uses, it is in the poor category again there. In terms of cost, the estimate we have received is just over $1 million. The Regional School Committee last June at the close of the year had surplus funds that they designated to our Regional Stabilization Fund. And so they were able to consider use of that money from last year that went into the Stabilization Fund and then to be able to apply it to this project. So the number we're bringing both communities is $200,000 less because that money will be applied and has already been voted for that. So the total cost, as mentioned, is $853,665. That includes, of that, the breakout is $830,000 of the overall $1 million cost is for the gravel, the compacting, the paving, all of the roadway work, including drainage and curb replacement. $223,000 is for the upgrades and installation of the lighting needs that we have also identified. I have a lot of pictures here that I'll just scan through. I think it speaks for itself and probably did on your way in. Those were 2019. Certainly nothing's improved in 3 years. Things have just continued to disintegrate, and we repair as best we can. In terms of cost, it will be split over the borrowing period by enrollment. As the regional agreement indicates, it's an October 1st number that dictates how the formula is applied. So you'll see that in the beginning of the borrowing period, if we assume a 10-year period that is the bond length, It starts at about 74% Concord's share. It does shift some. Concord and Carlisle have shifts coming over time, and this will apply to the regional operating budget as well, where Carlisle moves from about a quarter of the population to almost a third. So that same shift would occur with the borrowing period in terms of this capital project. There are contingencies within the numbers that we brought you. It's a very volatile time to be putting projects together like this and estimate them. 6% inflation, 15% contingency, and 7.5 for soft costs. We believe that is sufficient. In terms of timing, as mentioned, Carlisle approved this on the 25th of April. Going forward, it will be on their ballot vote May 10th. Because of different factors here in Concord, we are putting it on the ballot vote along with the primary for governor in September. So there will be a delay between today's discussion and the ballot vote in September, and then we will have to work with the timeline as it goes forward once those pieces have concluded, if successful. And so that's the overall ask, is to replace the road and repair it, and hopefully really consider the high school campus complete as of the building project of 2015. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Hunter, and we'll now open the floor to questions and comments. Let's go to microphone number 1.
Hello, Brian Folds, 33 Riverdale.
Mr. Folds?
I have a question about, we have a lot of students that bike to school, and right now that access road is got cars on one side, two-way traffic, a curb, and people walking. There's really no space for them. Can you tell me how the schools thought about that while going through the design process? Because we are rebuilding this road, and once it's done, it won't be touched for 20-plus years.
So we certainly have that on the radar, and we'll continue to as the project goes forward. It could be a matter of the maximum width. We do need access for the two-way traffic and the parking, and we're hoping there'll be room for some sort of bike lane there. But that's yet to be determined as we actually get the plans made and the design drawn.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Right. George Corrett, 148 Peter Spring Road.
Mr. Corrett.
I've got a question. What does the engineer say is the estimated time after construction is completed that the road will need its first repair?
Great question. I don't know that I have the exact answer to that. I'm looking at Jared over there. We have not asked that question, but we certainly will. We're certainly hoping it's going to be an extensive number of years before there's significant or any repairs to be done. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone at a microphone in the auditorium?
I do have one speaker. Go ahead, please.
Peter Alden, 11 Riverside Avenue. While we have all that equipment there working, once this passes, there's a problem at the town forest parking lot directly across the street. As long as there's going to be all sorts of machines and noise and whatever, there's a huge puddle down on the western side, the downhill side of that extends over many parking spaces. And as you tighten up all of the pavement there, there's going to be even more water flowing down there. Some sort of a drain ought to be fixed into some town supply of some sort down there, but there's a huge, messy puddle down there, and it's only going to get worse as you tighten up everything above it flowing down into the bottom of the town forest parking lot. It may not be part of your budget here, but it's something we ought to consider in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll use that as an opportunity to say we are working with the town, and this project will go out in part of their bid work so that it's economies of scales, and I know they're here and heard your comments.
Thank you for that, Mr. Alden. Many of us have had some experience with that puddle. Anyone else at a microphone in the auditorium?
I have no other speakers at this point.
Okay. Looks like we're ready for a vote on Article 22. And again, this is a simple majority vote. All those in favor of Article 22, the Concord-Carlisle Regional High School capital projects? Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay. That passes by well more than a majority in the gymnasium. And how about in the auditorium, Carrie?
Well, I'll just say that everybody who held up a slip was voting in favor.
All right, very good. That is a vote in favor of Article 22, and I do so declare. We will now move on to Article 23, which is citizen petition for ranked choice voting for Concord elections. This motion is moved as printed in the handout pertaining to the article. Could we have a second for the motion, please? Thank you very much. I see that we have one. I'd invite everyone to just stand up and stretch for a moment as we're waiting for Ms. Kavanaugh's slides to come up. Okay. Been going for a while now. Everyone's doing a great job.
Stefan.
Okay, and as soon as Ms. Kavanaugh's slides come up, we'll ask everyone to be seated and we'll hear from Ms. Kavanaugh.
Great.
All right, be seated, everyone. Thanks very much.
Should I begin?
Proceed.
Great. I'm Kate Kavanaugh, and propose we pass Article 23 today, so we can use ranked choice voting, also known as RCV, to vote our full choice in elections. If passed, it'll be sent as a home rule petition to the State House for approval. Next. Every element of this legislation has been carefully examined by Concord's Board of Registrars, Select Board, Town Clerk, Moderator, and Council for your consideration today. Of necessity, the motion before you is written in legalese, so I will attempt to explain it plainly, as I am neither a government nor election specialist. What I am is a proud, next slide please. What I am is a proud 27-year resident of Concord and passionate believer in our town's legacy and character. Passing RCV will honor that legacy of trailblazing for little d democracy. Next please. Concord has shown support for RCV already. Many of you here collected signatures for ranked choice voting when it was ballot question 2 in Massachusetts in 2020. And almost 2/3 of Concordians voted yes on 2. Article 23 has been endorsed by Concord Select Board and the Concord Carlisle League of Women Voters. Next slide, please. Although our state sadly did not pass RCV, 2 states did. Maine used RCV in 2018, and Alaska will in their upcoming special election. Many towns and cities across the U.S. have been using RCV to elect their officials. Interestingly, the solid red state of Utah has the most, an example of RCV being completely nonpartisan. Massachusetts has a city that happily has been using RCV since 1941, Cambridge. And last fall, a town of similar size with the same number of precincts, East Hampton, used RCV for the first time. 3 municipalities will use it too once they get Beacon Hill's approval: Amherst, Arlington, and Northampton. But how will RCV look in our town? Next slide. Well, this is how our ballots look now. As you see, we have our usual selection of illustrious candidates. Voter instructions change depending on whether we're filling 1 or 2 seats. Now, you get 1 vote, 1 chance to influence an election. If your choice doesn't win, your vote is dead. Vote splitting and bullet voting often causes votes to be wasted. Given past elections across the US, you've undoubtedly noticed, next slide, there are some real problems with this one-choice system. Officials can get elected with less than a majority of voter support. Since a candidate can win appealing to a small segment of citizens, mudslinging and polarizing rhetoric have become common campaign tactics. These don't work when you need more voters to have you as their first or second choice. Vote splitting between like-minded candidates is a very real thing. and the threat of being the spoiler discourages newcomers from even running. This results in a lack of diversity of all sorts: socioeconomic, age, race, gender, in elections and in government. To game the system, we voters have to focus on who we think will win, not who we want to govern us. When you have new faces in campaigns, that brings new energy and more voters. Well, how would it be different in Concord with RCV? Next, please. Our new ballots would look like this. Same instructions every time. But with one vote, you get multiple chances to have someone you want representing you. All you do is fill in the circles. Easy. The software takes care of the rest. And how would Concord implement RCV? Next, please. Working with the town clerk and the Board of Registrars, we determined that our equipment is RCV ready with the addition of a tabulating laptop that will help streamline all local and state elections. To ensure a smooth transition, the first election using RCV will be overseen by a consultant. And we'll have plenty of transition time, as Beacon Hill has been taking a while to move through home rule petitions. Likely first use will be 2024. Bottom line, the downsides are negligible, and Concord will get the upsides of more diverse, represented elected bodies, more freedom of choice, more first-time candidates, more positive campaigning, and more voter engagement. More democracy, more better. Next slide. Fellow Concordians, listening to the other excellent articles, I'm under no illusion that this is the most urgent problem facing our community. But it is an opportunity for us to be the best we can be. In these polarized, volatile times, it's clear. The continuation of this American democratic experiment birthed in our town is not assured. So we have to stand by liberty every time, every way we can. Vote to pass Article 23, and Concord will lead democracy as we did in 1775. Next slide. As a newbie to the warrant article process, I have learned the true meaning of it takes a village in this 4-month odyssey. I sincerely thank the dear friends who advised me and the town officials who provided patient, clear, timely assistance. We're fortunate indeed to have such committed, knowledgeable public servants. And thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Kavanaugh. Our next speaker is a student at Concord Carlisle High School who I have given permission to address us this afternoon. And why don't you introduce yourself, sir?
Hello, I am Marcellus Thorson, and I am a junior here at the high school. You may be wondering, how did someone like me become interested in ranked choice voting? It certainly isn't a topic that jumps to the front of one's mind. However, in my opinion, it is an essential reform in order to fix our democracy. During the 2020 primaries, I started to pay attention to politics for the first time. I looked into a few of the candidates, watched a few debates, and soon I was hooked. One of the candidates, Andrew Yang, captured my imagination with his future-focused policies, such as implementing a basic income, lowering the voting age, and yes, ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting is a topic many don't know much about, but what struck me is how it acts as the roots that provide for the growth of new and substantial change. When I became invested in our political system, I also began to notice how dysfunctional our current system is. For example, Congress's current approval rating sits at 20%, and despite failing to deliver on their promises time and time again, they are re-elected in the overwhelming majority of cases. It is time we take a stand to hold our elected representatives accountable in order to pass critical legislation that seeks to dismantle the problems of the present and guides us to a brighter future where what constituents think matters. You may think that passing ranked choice voting in a small town like Concord is an unsubstantial act. However, I believe it is a big step towards electing candidates that represent a larger coalition of voters and who care about enacting legislation that betters our communities. From gun rights to the environment to mental illness, my generation cares about changing failing policies that will have detrimental effects in the years to come. In order for the political flowers of tomorrow to reveal themselves in full bloom, we must plant the seeds of democracy today. Passing ranked choice voting would be a big step towards modeling a vision of a better democracy for my generation and for future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we will hear from Ms. Ackerman on behalf of the Select Board.
Madam Moderator, I am Terry Ackerman, Chair of the Select Board, and the Select Board recommends affirmative action on Article 23. As we all know, Concord proudly relies on pure democracy because each citizen's vote at this town meeting and all town meetings, we do our most important decisions, but we also call upon elected representatives to oversee other matters. Our elections in Concord are not always contested, but when they are, sometimes we have several candidates for multiple open seats on the Select Board, the School Committee, or the Housing Authority. So sometimes well-qualified candidates may split the vote. And in that case, it can result in the election of a candidate that might not have been the first or second choice of the majority of voters. Ranked choice voting will address this scenario, promoting candidates that are more representative of voters' preferences. And it also encourages more candidates to stand for election because they'll be evaluated on their individual merits rather than diluting support for others with a similar platform. And perhaps most importantly, what really convinced me, I really thought this was a great idea, but how would it be implemented in Concord? I personally attended several meetings of the Board of Registrars where they and the town clerk worked together to make sure that all the administrative details can be administered properly, all the questions and scenarios can be addressed, and they are prepared now to implement Article 23 should it pass. So while it's not pure democracy, ranked choice selection of our representatives is the closest thing that we're going to have to a consensus of the voters, and the Select Board urges your support of Article 23. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ackerman. We'll now open the floor to questions and comments. I see someone approaching microphone number 1.
My name's George Corrett, 148 Peter Spring Road.
Mr. Corrett.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So, yeah, you mentioned Cambridge, Massachusetts, and indeed that's where I first experienced over about 40 years ago and tried to understand ranked voting. It's pretty complicated. So here's an example. It's possible to have an election, 3 candidates, 1 position. So one person could get 49 votes, the other one 26, the other one 25. And it's possible then for the person that got the 49 to lose, but the person that got the 26 to win. Ranked voting, I mean, if you're comfortable with explaining the Nash equilibrium, you can understand ranked voting. But what I think is that ranked voting, the political, not really parties, but the political organizations can do game playing in ranked voting such that people get the impression that they have more choice, but the candidates themselves are motivated differently. So instead of the candidates themselves being motivated on policy considerations, they're heavily tied in with complex machine politics. And that's certainly been, I think, the case in Cambridge for a number of years. And you have to look at why Cambridge did that too. So it's really not very simple. And again, if you want to refute me on my 49, 26, 25 example, you'll be welcome to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corrett. Is there, well, I think, yes, microphone number 3.
Hi, Ruthie Bennett, 114 Deergrass Lane.
Ms. Bennett.
I support ranked choice voting. I think it was explained to be relatively simple, and the person who had the second highest first choice votes could win because many people chose that person as their second choice. So it's not only the number of first choice votes you get, it's the number of second choice votes. And I think that's where we start to see people who are running to represent us having to speak to a much larger group of people, not just a very small, narrow 51%, but actually maybe even 60 or 70% of the population. As Ms. Kavanaugh said, it's already working in other states. This is not new. I appreciate the town helping to be able to set it up for us, and I strongly support ranked choice voting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carrie, do we have anyone in the auditorium?
I do have one speaker. Go ahead, please.
Sue Felshin, 19 Sunnyside Lane. I'm also speaking in favor of this article. There are a lot of different systems of proportional proportional voting, and this one is one of the simpler ones, unlike, for example, Cambridge's version. There are some versions where you might need to have a PhD in mathematics, but one of the reasons I support this article is that if, for example, all our computers broke down, it is simple enough that people could hand count it, and therefore it can be verified and proven to us to be true. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you
do have
very
a second
much.
speaker as well. If you go ahead, please.
Thank you. Chris Price, 113 Neshoba Road. This is just a comment. I had lived in Cambridge for a number of years and had experienced ranked choice voting. What I like about it is it becomes incumbent upon the voter to find out the positions and platforms of every candidate, not just one. And that was really important, at least to me at the time, to be able to figure out, okay, so I may have my inclination toward a primary group and one person in the group, but really looking at what the whole group of candidates are really asking. And I think sometimes with our current one choice, people get tunnel vision and it's only one candidate that they'll vote for. So I really found it was more egalitarian, and it really put our job as voters to the fore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Carrie, in the...
That seems to be it.
Okay. All right, so it looks like we're ready to proceed to a vote on this article, and I want to remind everybody that what this article is looking for is authorization for the Select Board to file with the state legislature a home rule petition for the state to allow us to do this on a local level. So your vote today will not automatically create, if your vote is in favor, it will not automatically create ranked choice voting, but it will allow us to petition the legislature for permission to do that. Okay. All those in favor of Article 23, ranked choice voting, please raise your ballots. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, in the gymnasium, that definitely carries by a majority. And how about in the auditorium, Carrie?
It would be the same here.
All right. Well, the meeting has voted in favor of Article 23, and I do so declare. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll now proceed to Article 24, which is the appropriation of funds for affordable housing development. We'll hear from Ms. Escobedo. The motion will be up in a moment, but the motion is that Ms. Ackerman moves that the town transfer $500,000 from the certified free cash balance as of June 30, 2021 to the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust for the purpose of developing or supporting affordable housing within the town. Can we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one. Thank you very much. And I want to note that the Concord Housing Foundation recommends affirmative action on Article 24. Ms. Escobedo.
Okay, Madam Chair. Thank you. For more than 3 years, the town has been strategically pursuing sustainable sources to support the town's affordable housing goals. For those who have followed all the work to date, you know that with the previous recommendation of the Affordable Housing Funding Committee and the Select Board, the 2019 town meeting sent 2 home rule petitions to the legislature to raise sustainable affordable housing funds from a local building permit and transfer fee. Ongoing conversations with the town's legislative representatives, legislative testimony, and participation in a statewide coalition, LOA, have additionally led to statewide pending legislation to allow local option to accept a transfer fee for affordable housing. There have been significant events in the last couple months, and you may have noticed headlines in the Boston Globe for the city of Boston and the Mass General Brigham also supporting the spending legislation. When this effort began, the Affordable Housing Study Committee and the Select Board understood that seeking approval for these sustainable sources of funds would be a process and recommended seeking annual appropriations from town meeting for affordable housing in the interim. In 2021, the town meeting approved Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust began its work to manage the town's affordable housing funds with the ability to act quickly during the year with select board approval as needed. The trust is also exploring other potential funding sources for affordable housing, and as an example, expects this free cash appropriation request to be supported by federal ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan Act. Appropriations are meeting town affordable housing goals. Goals as defined in the town planning documents, including the town's affordable housing production plan to be updated by the end of this year. Concord's housing goals also relate to other town goals for economic vitality, equity, and a welcoming community, while acknowledging a growing demographic of citizens over 60 years of age and our citizens with disabilities. The Concord Municipal Affordable Trust interim policy guidelines, as required by the trust bylaw and approved by the Select Board, identify criteria for how affordable housing funds will be distributed from the trust. Since 2019, annual town meeting has appropriated annual funds resulting in 4 additional affordable housing units already or soon to be eligible for the town's subsidized housing inventory, important for meeting our 40B 10% threshold requirements. The trust, using these appropriations, has also committed funds for land acquisition to include future development of 5 more housing units pending ATM approval of Article 25. Town meeting appropriations have allowed the Select Board and Trust to act quickly throughout the year to seize opportunities with a relatively modest amount of money for either adding or preventing losing affordable housing units already on the town's subsidized housing inventory. Leveraging these funds for Article 25 for the Assabet River Bluff project that we'll hear more about in a little while is an example that provided a time-sensitive and collaborative approach and unprecedented, I should say, collaboration to bring this opportunity to town meeting for both affordable housing and open space goals. The town's support for this year's affordable housing appropriation strengthens our continued success to meet townwide goals which citizens have defined for Concord. Please support Article 24.
Thank you, Ms. Escobedo, and I believe we'll hear from Mr. Ray Andrews with a statement from the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Finance Committee unanimously recommended affirmative action on this article. The $500,000 requested by this article will be funded once more from free cash as backfilled by the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds. Without ARPA, funding the request would cause free cash to fall below the town's policy limit of 5% of the budget. The Finance Committee continues to be concerned with the reliance on free cash for annual affordable housing funding. We applaud the guidelines recently established by the Municipal Affordable Housing Trust and look forward to the update of those guidelines to provide goals around the number and type of housing to be converted or created, as well as the associated unit cost. We recommend annual reporting to town meeting of the sources and uses of trust funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Okay, so we'll now open the floor for questions and comments. Microphone number 2.
Madam Moderator, Keith Bergman, 56 White Avenue, Chair of the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust.
Mr. Bergman.
The trust appreciates very much the support of town meeting in recent years. We're grateful as well this year for the support of the Select Board and Finance Committee and others. One point I wanted to add is that the trust can fulfill its function of acting quickly as opportunities arise only if we have monies in the trust fund. And so we're very appreciative of the efforts not only of town meeting, but in funding an annual appropriation up till now, but also in filing legislation with the state to have a reliable source of funding for the future. Just one other example of something we've been able to do for this year, that there was the requirement that in order for the town meeting to have the opportunity to consider acquiring the Assabet River Bluff property, a deposit needed to be made prior to town meeting. And the affordable housing share of that deposit was funded by the Affordable Housing Trust Fund because we had trust fund monies to draw from, and town meeting has the opportunity to consider that property in the next article. So thanks very much for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Bergman. We'll go to microphone number 3. Yes, that's you.
Corey Atkins, 5-3 Concord Green.
Ms. Atkins.
I just have a couple of questions. I remember wanting to vote on the state transfer tax for the Community Preservation Act in 1999. And looking at the board for the first time in the legislature, and it was not an option. So I have 2 questions. What is the number we're at now as a community in terms of the percentage of affordable housing? That's one. And the other question is, on the estate transfer tax, who pays for that? Is that divided between the purchaser and the seller, or is it one party or the other? I did have one more comment on the fees, the building permit fee. You have a lot of elderly in this community who downsize, go to smaller units that really have not been updated in decades, and use what resources they have left to update those units. And so I was stunned when I saw how building fee permits have increased over the years. That was a real shock to me. So I'd like to have more sense of those numbers and who pays for what. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Atkins. I will note that what's before us in Article 24 is just a transfer of $500,000 from free cash to the Affordable Housing Trust. So we are not debating this afternoon the estate transfer tax or the proposed building permit fee. However, if we have someone who can, since that context was given to us as part of our overall affordable housing situation, if you're able to, we have Ms. Rust. Okay. Yes, microphone number 2, Liz Rust will be able to answer those questions for us.
Yes, hi. I'm Liz Rust at 201 Commonwealth Avenue. And right now, Concord has 10.41% recorded on the subsidized housing inventory, which is 28 units above the 10%.
Thank you very much. I think we'll put to the aside the question of the transfer tax and the permit fee. Those are part of other proposals that are pending with the legislature, unless you have a quick answer to those. Ms. Escobedo, do you know the answer to those?
I would just quickly comment that as this has now reached a statewide legislation being considered for the transfer fee in particular, that those definitions are currently being debated.
Thank you. Okay. All right, microphone number 3.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Stephen Bader, 7 River Street, speaking on behalf of the Concord Housing Authority Board. The Authority Board met on April 7th and voted unanimously to support affirmative action on this warrant article in furtherance of affordable housing goals. Thank you.
Much. Carrie, do we have anyone in the auditorium?
We do not.
All right, it
Lots
looks
of people,
like
but nobody standing to speak.
Okay. Yes, there are people in there. Good to know. Okay.
177 last count, as a matter of fact.
Okay. So I think we are ready to proceed to a vote on Article 24. This is a simple majority vote. All those in favor of the transfer of $500,000 from free cash to the Affordable Housing Trust, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, that carries by well more than a majority in the gymnasium. And how about in the auditorium?
The same in the auditorium.
All right, then the motion passes, and I do so declare, and we will now take up Article 25, the Assabet River Bluff Preservation Project. This presentation will be coming up in a moment, and the motion is going to be that Ms. Ackerman moves that the town authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, to borrow $500,000 under Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, 8C, or any other enabling authority, for the purpose of purchasing for community housing, conservation, and passive recreation purposes a certain property together with buildings thereon known as the Assabet River Bluff, and further described in the warrant on the conditions and terms also set forth in the warrant. We will hear from a few different folks. This is a complicated proposal. There's a lot of moving pieces here, and we'll hear from several folks on this, starting with Ms. Delia Kay.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Article 25 seeks town meeting authorization to borrow up to $500,000 towards the acquisition for open space and community housing purposes at the Assabet River Bluff land. The 2 parcels for acquisition are 2B Upland Road, which is primarily upland woodlands with an existing trail network, and 406 Old Marlborough Road, which contains a 2-family dwelling. Excuse me. The parcels are in the heart of West Concord, adjacent to the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail and the federally designated wild and scenic Assabet River. The land will provide a critical link and protected open space along the Assabet River riparian corridor and will preserve carbon-storing wetlands and woodlands to protect against climate change. Located less than 1/2 mile from downtown West Concord and the train station, the housing parcel is an excellent location for additional community housing. The parcels will be subdivided to create Parcel A, which will be purchased by the Concord Housing Development Corporation. Parcel A is 1 acre, shown here in yellow, to be set aside for future development of 5 affordable housing units, including the existing 2-family dwelling. Parcel B, shown in green, will be purchased by the Concord Open Land Foundation, the sister organization to the Concord Land Conservation Trust, with the ability to buy and sell land. Parcel B consists of 6 acres to be set aside for conservation and passive recreation, owned by the town with a conservation restriction held jointly by the Concord Land Conservation Trust and Sudbury Valley trustees. The project cost is $2.9 million, $2.8 million for the acquisition and $100,000 in project expenses. The land acquired for community housing will be funded through CPA funds, pending town meeting approval of Article 26, Affordable Housing Trust funds, and funds raised by the Concord Housing Foundation. The open space parcel will be funded from CPA funds, again pending Article 26 approval, and through the overwhelming generosity of neighbors and donors who have contributed over $900,000 towards the acquisition, exceeding all expectations. Funding will also come from $500,000 Land and Water Conservation Fund grant, which we learned last week has received state approval and which now heads to Washington for final National Park Service approval. $150,000 of additional monies from fundraising will be set aside in a land stewardship fund to design and construct an all-persons trail, remove invasive plants, and provide other improvements to Parcel B. Article 25 is needed to accommodate the conditions of the grant. The grant is reimbursable, but no town money can be spent for Parcel B prior to entering into a contract with the state. CLCT and SVT have each generously agreed to provide 2 bridge loans so that the land can be purchased by the closing date of July 29th. Article 25 and CPA open space funds will be held in escrow until we have entered into a contract with the state. Once we have that contract, then the town will be able to purchase Parcel B from the Concord Open Land Foundation, and the Article 25 funds will be reimbursed to the town. When the landowners put their property on the market last summer, neither affordable housing nor conservation interests could imagine coming up with the dollars needed to acquire this land alone. So we joined forces, and the landowner generously gave us the time to come up with a solution. For more than 9 months, a partnership of conservationists, housing advocates, residents, and town staff have worked diligently and collaboratively to find a path forward that benefits the community in multiple ways and shares the financial burden for the land acquisition proportionally between affordable housing and open space interests and public and private support. If successful, the total achievement will be bigger and better than the sum of the parts, and something of which Concord can be very proud. We ask you to join these boards, committees, and organizations in providing your support for Article 25. Thank you.
I neglected to mention that Ms. Kay is our Director of Natural Resources here in town. We need a second for the motion. Thank you very much. I see that we have one. And will we hear from Ms. Rust next? No. Okay. We'll hear next from Ms. Escobedo then. Delia, you can stay up here if you want to be close for questions.
The Select Board unanimously recommends affirmative action on Article 25 for the town to borrow $500,000 toward the open space conservation and passive recreation portion of the 7-acre proposed land acquisition project known as the Assabet River Bluff, which will also include land for 5 affordable housing units. Multiple sources of funds have been identified to make this combined open space and affordable housing land acquisition project possible, including town meeting approval for both this article and CPC funds described in Article 26. Identified project funds include an application for grant funds of $500,000, as you have heard, which have already received preliminary approval at the state level, and we're awaiting the contract. This borrowing meets required grant conditions before awarded grant funds are officially reimbursed to the town. In an extraordinary effort, multiple entities within and external to the town have collaborated over many months to make this proposed project possible, to meet both town open space, conservation, and affordable housing goals, which otherwise likely could not have been accomplished without this collaboration. Article 25 is also supported by the Planning Board and broadly by both land conservation and affordable housing groups within the town and the Concord community, acknowledging the extraordinary collaboration to bring open space and affordable housing groups together to accomplish a shared purpose.
Thank Ms. Escobedo. I want to note that the Concord Housing Foundation and the Natural Resources Commission also recommend affirmative action on Article 25. And I believe that we will hear from Mr. Smith on behalf of the Concord Housing Development Corporation.
Madam Moderator, through you. Lee Smith, 1836 Main Street. I'm the chair of the Concord Housing Development Corporation. I think the summary of the project has been very well articulated, mentioning all the parties that have been involved in this for the last 9 months. I just want to say that I am extremely proud of this project. It is so rare to see open space interests and affordable housing interests combine forces to figure out how to take advantage of an opportunity to develop property with both interests in mind. And that's exactly what has happened here. We've got 6 acres proposed for permanent protection in open space. We've got 1 acre proposed for permanent protection for affordable housing purposes for 5 units. And this is already being used as an example, a model throughout the Commonwealth as what can be done. And we should be very proud about that. I want to specifically thank the DiGiovanni family, the owners of the property that could have simply sold this on the open market at full market value, resulting in large units, 6 or more, maybe worse on this property, but instead they offered it to the town first. And over the last 9 months, so many different interest holders have stepped up and worked at this to make this work. I want to thank, in addition, Zur Atias, the broker for the property, who has been instrumental in helping orchestrate this and giving us the time we needed to pull this all together. The Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, Concord Housing Foundation, Concord Land Conservation Trust, Sudbury Valley trustees, town staff, support, all the support we've received from the other town committees, CPC, the select board, who've spent untold hours working on this to gather the kind of support we needed to pull it together. When we started, the open space folks obviously wanted as much open space as possible. The affordable housing folks wanted as many units as we could possibly fit. We were this close to walking away from this project. But we pulled it together and we found a balance, 6 acres open space, 1 acre affordable housing, 5 units. We reached a consensus and we put it together. So I urge your support on this, and thank you to everyone who's been involved.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And we have folks from Sudbury Valley trustees and the Concord Land Conservation Trust, Krista Collins and Polly Reeve, who I believe we will hear from.
Thank you very much. I'm Polly Reeve, 429 Williams Road, and I'm chair of the Concord Land Conservation Trust. And thank you.
Krista Collins, 55 Highland Street. I'm also the Director of Land Conservation for Sudbury Valley Trustees.
And I'm going to speak on behalf of the Land Trust and also for our partners at SVT. We've worked together representing the open space aspect of this project. For more than 60 years, the Land Trust has been dedicated to preserving our community's precious and much beloved woods, meadows, and fields. For many of these years, the Assabet River Bluff has been among our highest priorities for protection because of its value to the West Concord community and its ecological significance as part of the Assabet River corridor. And yet, we have never had the chance to act because the landowner was not ready to sell until now, when he's given us time to pull this together. The proposed plan, as Lee said, is truly a win-win for Concord, and one that I think we can all be very proud of. Its development has been a deeply collaborative process, as you've heard, and is a model for how open space and housing interests can work together
to achieve meaningful and multiple permanent benefits. The Concord Land Conservation is honored to be part of this effort. In order for the plan to work from a financial perspective, the Land Trust, working with SVT and town officials, set out to raise $1.2 million from private donors and grants to permanently preserve 6 of the 7 acres. The response has been and continues to be really overwhelming. Many, many thanks to the nearly 200 supporters who've stepped up and pledged to make this plan a reality, exceeding really our rosiest projections. We expect that these commitments will more than match the open space funds recommended by the Community Preservation Committee under Article 26. Passing both Articles 25 and 26 are critical steps in putting this deal together, and the Land Trust and SVT encourages all of you to join your neighbors and town leaders, housing advocates, and land conservationists, and many others in support of this project. Thank you. Want to add anything?
Well, just add quickly that for those of you who aren't familiar with Sudbury Valley Trustees, we are a regional land trust active in the 36 communities around the Sudbury, Assabet, and Concord rivers. Though this property is small, we felt that it was regionally significant for its location on the section of the wild and scenic section of the Assabet River. And I've been doing conservation deals for SVT for almost 20 years. I've worked on many projects where we tried to figure out a way to accommodate both housing and open space, and this is the first project I've been involved with where we were successful on that count. So this has been really a remarkable experience, and I do hope everyone will support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we will open the floor for questions and comments on Article 25. Microphone number 2.
Thank you. My name is Donald Stone, and I live at 44 Old Bridge Road.
Mr. Stone.
Thank you. So I'm curious about the affordable units. Will they be owned by the town of Concord or by the conservation folks or the housing authority? Or will they be sold and, other people will own them? Thank you.
Who would like to take that one, Delia or Liz Rest? Oh, no, Lee Smith. Okay, yes, please.
Hi, Lee Smith, Chair of CHDC. So the plan is for CHD to acquire the 1-acre parcel and then proceed with a planning and development process where we decide what the best scenario is to create the 5 affordable housing units. Those will be then put out pursuant to a request for proposal process where a developer, potentially Habitat for Humanity or a nonprofit developer or whoever else might be appropriate, would then develop the property and presumably own it, and it remains to be seen whether it would be rental or ownership.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the auditorium at a microphone, Carrie?
I have one person, and I think another who will be waiting on deck.
All right, let's go to the auditorium.
Go ahead, please.
Bill Herring, 214 Peter Spring Road. This is a wonderful project. It seems to be well supported and widely supported, and I speak in support of it also. There are concerns. The SVT has been somewhat restrictive in the uses that they allow on their properties. There's one near me that goes right by Old Bedford Road, an excellent commuting bicycle route, and it clearly states that bicycles are not welcome on the property. I would ask, is the SVT willing to make the physical commitments so that people can get in and use this land? So my second question is, in the area of housing, whenever housing is proposed, there seems to be a bunch of bananas that arise. They build absolutely nothing, nowhere, under any circumstance. And while it's nice to have a commitment to doing 5 units, how do we know that we will get those 5 units? Are you willing to push back against the strong anti-housing forces that seem to come out in most situations. So those are my two questions. Is SVT willing to allow the use of the property, and are we willing to fight to get a full 5 units? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kay, do you want to speak to the ownership of the property and who will make the rules for access?
So the property will be owned by the town under the Natural Resources Commission, with conservation restrictions to be held by CLCT and the Sudbury Valley trustees. So it would be the town that would be making decisions on the use of the land in consultation with CLCT and SVT.
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, would you like to address the question with respect to actually getting the affordable housing units built?
Sure, thank you. So once the closing occurs, CHDC, which is a nonprofit corporation, not a town board or committee, we will have control over that property. And we will be able to determine what the best use of that property is for the 5 units that are going to be developed. So we fully intend to go through a full public process to receive input and recommendations on what that will look like. But this is why CHDC was set up, to keep it separate from a town board or committee and have the ability to be nimble and act quickly and with deliberation about what's going to be built there. So again, we expect to go through a full public process, but we will control that property and put in the 5 units.
Thank you very much. Carrie, was there another question or comment in the auditorium?
Yes, at least one. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Paul Jameson at 419 College Road. I've been on the property several times, and I just want to say that I really hope that we get that property. The views are wonderful. There are dramatic views of the Assabet River, and it's very close to the center of West Concord, so it's very convenient to get to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Hello, I'm Barbara McGee from 454 Old Marlborough Road, and I just want to thank all of the people who worked so hard on this, all of the different government agencies and committees and organizations and citizens. It's just remarkable that such a complicated process happened on such a tight timeline, and we all want to thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have, I think, 2 people. No.
All right, let's return to the auditorium.
Go ahead, please.
Hello, I'm Janet Hammonds, and I own the property at 3 Riverside, an acre of land that abuts the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail, and the remainder of the land, wetlands, Assabet River, directly in front of the bluff. When COVID hit our neighborhood, I had the privilege of hosting up to 11 children at a time on that acre of land till our school systems got up and running to be virtual. And we had the most amazing time exploring the biodiversity just on my property. And I found that we made our way to the Assabet River. We made our way to the Assabet River, and it's cutting out. We made our way to the Assabet River and found ourselves wading in it. And because of the Oars Clean the River project, we cleaned out a pickup load of debris from the Assabet River. And next thing I knew, we were crossing over on the bank on the other side and up the bluff. There is so much to explore and to learn about. We named Silverleaf Maple on this side of the Assabet River bluff the 10-trunk tree house, and explored our indigenous folks and what they would have done with the bark on that tree. And so I look forward to us voting in an affirmative way today, and me continuing to teach the children in our neighborhood how we united as residents surrounding that immediate area and made this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there one more speaker in the auditorium?
Yes.
Great.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. Peter Alden again, 11 Riverside Avenue. Some of you in this auditorium and the gymnasium may remember a wonderful lady named Marion Thornton. She was president of the Land Trust a bunch of years ago, and I walked her through those trails at the Assabet River Bluffs, and she said, great, this really should be a priority of the Land Trust because most of their properties, wonderful properties, were in North Concord, East Concord, South Concord, Central Concord, but next to nothing in West Concord. There's so many wonderful people who love nature and live in West Concord that this is a very valuable piece, and that property is integral to a futuristic project where we'd love to have a walking trail, dog walking trail, through this property, over the Pine Street Bridge, work our way somehow behind the Thoreau School, have a Neshoba Brook Bakery kind of a bridge over to Harrington Avenue and follow the bluffs over to Damon Mill and eventually connect through Warner's Pond to the Giroux property and rejoin the bike trail, a walking trail around a lot of West Concord off of the bike trail. So I think it's very important to all of us in West Concord. And it's a special place, and I really hope that most of you will get behind it. It means a lot to a lot of people, and we have a lot of people coming from other towns to enjoy that wonderful bike trail, and this gives us a place to get off the bike trail and contemplate nature. So thank all of you for your future support. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go in the gymnasium now to microphone number 3. Yes.
Sarah Wilbur, 187 Concord Green. I call the question.
Okay, that's a non-debatable motion, requires 2/3 to pass. All those in favor of calling the question, great. All those opposed? That passes in the gymnasium. How about in the auditorium, Carrie?
Unanimous.
Okay, so we were ready to go to a vote anyway. So let's do that. All those, now let's just see. This is a 2/3. This is a 2/3 vote because it is a borrowing. So all those in favor of Article 25, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. And all those opposed? Well, that looks to be unanimous in the gymnasium. How about in the cafeteria, Carrie?
Very close to unanimous.
All right, so I declare that the vote passes by well more than 2/3. We will now move on. Okay, so we'll move to Article 26 while we're waiting. This is a Community Preservation Act recommendations. While we're waiting for these slides to come up, let's stretch again. Everybody up.
It's up. It's
okay. Great. Okay, everybody, let's take our seats and we'll move forward with Article 26. Okay, could everybody take a seat, please? Thank you very much. Now, you may have noticed that unfortunately we did not print the warrant this year inside the Finance Committee report, and that was unavoidable due to some issues with the printer this year. And we also don't have any extra copies of the warrant. So I will note that there is a handout on Article 26. So all the projects are listed there, and there will be a wonderful slide presentation that will show you all the projects, so you will be able to follow along. I also want to note that for those of you who have a smartphone or a smart device of some sort here with you, there is a Wi-Fi network named Town Meeting that you can log on to, and you can certainly go to the town website and look at the warrant there under the 2022 Town Meeting tab. So apologies for not having more pieces of paper for you with the warrant, but there's actually plenty of paper, just not a lot of warrants. All right, Ms. Proctor, We've lost the slide presentation. I'm not quite sure what happened to it. It was there a minute ago.
There we go.
There we go. Okay.
Thank you.
As I mentioned, there is a handout, and you will see the motion in the handout, and it is a motion for the appropriation of the total sum of $2,153,741 from the Concord Community Preservation Fund, and you'll see the divisions there in the handout for the amount that comes from the Land Acquisition Reserve Fund, the amount that comes from the prior year undesignated fund balance, and the remainder from fiscal year 2023 fund revenues, all in accordance with Chapter 44B. And there are 11 appropriation recommendations. You'll see them all in the handout. And these monies would be expended under the direction of the town manager. Do we have a second for the motion? I see that we do. Thank you very much. Ms. Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Diane Proctor, 57 Sudbury Road. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. The Community Preservation Act in Concord is funded in a variety of ways. 1.5% out of a possible 3% surcharge on real estate property tax bills was voted by the town many years ago. The first $100,000 of taxable value is exempt. Persons with income less than 80% of the area median income are exempt. Seniors with income less than 100% of the area median income are also exempt. Locally raised funds are matched on a percentage basis by funds in the State Community Preservation Fund. This year, the CPC is recommending $990,000 on open space, $430,741 for historic preservation, $365,000 for recreation, $238,000 for community housing, and $40,000 for administrative costs. The first item is Regional Housing Services Program, intermunicipal program providing professional housing services to develop and monitor Concord's affordable housing programs. The recommended funding for this is $28,000, which will be matched evenly by other funding sources. Item number 2, 110 Walden Street Preservation Project Phase 4. Implement several of the major projects recommended in the Historic Structures Report, including repairing the siding and painting the exterior of the house, basement foundation repairs, granite stair alignment and repointing, important asbestos removal, and fascia and column repairs on the front of the house. Recommended funding, $135,000. $71,000 will come from other funding sources. Item number 3, the Old Manse Exterior Preservation Project. Painting of the entire structure, main blocks, summer kitchen, shop, shay shed, and shutters, and related carpentry work that must be addressed prior to painting, including repairs to trim, doors, and window frames. If you've been out there to look at it, you'll see how much this is needed. $38,500 is a recommended funding, and $14,527.60 is being appropriated by other funding sources. The Wright Tavern structure repairs, consultation and design services from historic preservation advisors, preservation, design and building architects, and structural engineers, the installation of moisture barriers in crawl space, updating wiring, installing new subfloor and plaster in attic, supporting ridge beams in the annex, removal of spalling brick in the basement, and reappointing of the foundation. Recommended funding, $234,400, cumulatively in a project that costs $895,000. There's the $234,000 from this year, $260,000 from last year, and then an additional $390,000 from other funds and other sources. Next is the Concord Oral History Preservation and Access Project. digitize and transcribe a collection of almost 500 recordings of Concord oral histories, many of which are only available on audio cassettes. The recommended funding is $22,841, with $1,920 already being put forward by the Library Corporation for this project. The Assabet River Bluff Preservation, Housing, and Land Acquisition, about which we've just heard so much and voted with such in approbation. Funding towards the acquisition of a parcel of land for both open space and community housing purposes. Recommended funding, $1 million. I cannot tell you how excited our committee is, and incidentally, a remarkably fine committee this year, but is to see how many other community resources have come to bear for a total cost of $2,910,000. The Junction Village open space, the creation of a passive open space on 6.5 acres of land along the Assabet River as it stretches behind the MCI property and perpendicular to the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. The project involves a multi-year process that would begin with general design and invasive plant removal and will evolve to a developed parkland with interpretive signage, a pollinator meadow, gathering spaces, and public art. Recommended funding, $250,000, of which $125,000 will be raised independently. The Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. Enhancements to the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail, including a connection to the prison cemetery, additional landscaping, screening, benches, signage, and other amenities to enrich the visitor experience along the trail. Recommended funding from CPC is $30,000. The extra $570,000 for this project will come from other sources. The Assabet River Pedestrian Bridge construction drawings and permitting. This has been a project that the town has been looking at for many years now. It's the development of complete architectural plans, full structural and construction drawings that meet the requirement of Mass DOT, specification, estimates, and final permitting needed for construction of the Assabet River Pedestrian Bridge. This bridge will importantly connect West Concord with the Baker Street programs and operations there. It would be a much needed and much safer way for people to travel there. Recommended funding, $300,000. The extra $595,000 will come from other sources. Recreation Facilities Strategic Plan. Hire a qualified consulting firm to update the town's recreation facilities strategic plan. The selected consultant will work with recreation staff, Recreation Commission members, town departments, and other community stakeholders to plan and execute a robust assessment of needs while engaging in a hands-on, collaborative, inclusive, and holistic public participation process, which means neighbors that are adjacent to these projects will be included in the discussions and planning. $75,000 has been recommended, and we have met that need. Staff and technical support. Funding for staff support, legal, technical, and consulting services, supplies, and associated administrative requirements, including legal ads, copying, etc. Funding to purchase CPA signage and other administrative expenses, $40,000. I move and hope that we will take affirmative action on Article 26 as printed in the handout pertaining to the article. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Proctor. I'm just looking. We'll hear from Linda Escobedo on behalf of the Select Board, and I want to note that the Finance Committee, the Concord Housing Foundation, and the Natural Resources Commission all recommend affirmative action on Article 26. Ms. Escobedo.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Select Board unanimously recommends affirmative action on Article 26 to appropriate $2,153,741 from the Community Preservation Fund for the 9 project funding recommendations included in this article. These funds will support important projects, as you've heard, in community housing, open space, recreation, and historic preservation, as allowed by the Massachusetts Community Preservation Act, which will greatly benefit the character of the town and meet defined town goals. Funds are also allocated for administration of Concord's CPA program under this article. As in past years, projects being recommended for funding have been submitted by both the town and community nonprofit organizations for projects with demonstrable public benefit. The Community Preservation Committee has, over these many past months, thoroughly vetted each of these recommended projects. They have sought legal advice and consultation from the statewide Community Preservation Coalition for the more complicated issues that arose as applications were reviewed. This committee has done extraordinary work in bringing Article 26 recommendations to town meeting for its ratification.
Thank you, Ms. Escobedo. All right, we'll now open the floor for questions and comments on Article 26. And once again, please come to a microphone if you have a question or comment. Looks like we have someone at microphone number 3.
Hi, I'm Mike Mahoney from 29 Concord Green.
Mr. Mahoney.
Hi. I think these are all great projects, and I support them. I think the Old Manse is an incredible historic property that needs to be preserved, but it's owned by the trustee of reservation, so I'm wondering why we're paying for it instead of the trustees.
Ms. Proctor, would you like to address that?
Thank you very much. We asked the same question. They have actually been supporting it in fiscally in all sorts of ways. And this is just really a small amount of money, given the amount of money that's going to be required, landscaping and all sorts of other things that need to happen out there. So this is actually a small part of the costs. And this is something that the CPA is encouraged to undertake in collaboration with other organizations that are maintaining historic properties.
Thank you very much. Carrie, do we have anyone at a microphone in the auditorium?
I do not.
All right, I think we're ready to proceed to a vote on Article 26. This is a simple majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? All right, well, that passes by well over a majority in the gymnasium. How is it in the auditorium, Carrie?
I believe it was unanimous in the auditorium.
All right, well, the meeting has voted in favor of Article 26, and I do so declare. Now, we're just going to take I'm going to ask everyone to take a break of just a couple minutes, as quickly as you can do it, and go back out to the materials tables, because it was unclear to us how far we'd get this evening, but we are, it looks like we're going to reach both Articles 30 and 33, and there are some handouts out there for you on those two articles. So please collect your handouts on Articles 30 and 33, and then come on back to your seats as quickly as you're able to do it, and we'll pick up with Article 29. Thank you.
I think people have had plenty of time. You said a few minutes.
I did.
I haven't heard back. Oh, yeah. Just half a dozen folks left at the table. So
Okay.
most people have already
All right.
gone back.
Okay, could everyone please try to make their way back to a seat? We have disposed of Article 27 and Article 28 on the consent calendar, and we'll now take up Article 29. And once the presentation comes up on the screen, we will see that the motion is Ms. Ackerman moves that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $300,000 from parking meter receipts to fund expenses related to parking enforcement or public transportation initiatives for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2023. Both the Finance Committee and the Select Board recommend affirmative action on Article 29, and may I have a second for the motion, please? Thank you. And we will hear from Ms. LaFleur, our interim town manager, except that I don't see your PowerPoint. It's coming.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This article seeks town meeting appropriation of $300,000 from parking meter receipts to fund expenses related to parking enforcement and public transportation initiatives for fiscal '23. Please note that the amount is $100,000 lower than what is printed in the warrant. The parking meter fund is authorized under Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 22C, which requires annual appropriation. The amount available for appropriation is up to 100% of the estimated fund balance as of June 30 of the prior fiscal year. As of June 30, 2022, we estimate that a total of $300,000 will be available for appropriation. This slide shows historical revenue, expense, and fund balance for the parking meter fund for fiscal 16 through 21 and estimates for fiscal 22 and 23. The green line represents revenue, the blue expense, and the yellow line represents fund balance. Prior to fiscal 19, revenue had always met or exceeded expense. In fiscal 19, there were some extraordinary one-time expenses charged to the fund, and but for these expenses, revenue would have been sufficient to cover expense that year. In fiscal 20, the fund broke even, but then in fiscal 21, as a result of the pandemic, the fund lost approximately $40,000, as there are certain O&M expenses which are incurred regardless of meter usage. The spike in revenue in fiscal 22 is largely the result of a dedication of $400,000 of ARPA revenue, which is a federal grant, under the category of lost revenue, plus an assumed collection of $200,000. In fiscal 23, assuming there are no changes to the program, we anticipate revenues to return to their historic levels, but note that under state law, we are only able to appropriate the prior year estimated fund balance. This slide provides historical expenditure data by category for fiscal 16 through 21, and again includes estimates for expenditures for both 22 and 23. Historically, the personnel cost of the sworn officers assigned to parking enforcement have been charged to this fund, as well as operations and maintenance, which includes the meter maintenance contract and striping of parking spaces both curbside and in the public commuter lots. For fiscal 21, due to the restricted revenue, only the only expenses charged to the fund were contractual costs, and the personnel expense typically charged to this fund was borne by the police department budget. In fiscal 22, there is a gradual return to charging personnel expense to this budget, and further personnel expense anticipated to be charged in fiscal 23, though likely still will be below the full personnel cost. Assuming no change in the program, we anticipate that beginning in fiscal 24, the revenue generated from parking meters will fully cover the cost of program activities and may even provide a small amount of funding for other public transportation initiatives. This article seeks town meeting appropriation of $300,000 for parking meter receipts to fund expenses for fiscal 23. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. LaFleur. And we will open the floor to questions and comments. I see none in the gymnasium. Carrie, do we have any in the auditorium?
Yes, I have one speaker.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green. I understand that I have not seen evidence that we need the parking meters at all. And as the system is an expense for the town and does not seem to have any problem on Sundays when we don't collect revenue, there's no problem. On holidays when we don't collect revenue, even on Christmas and Christmas Eve and things. Why should we spend money on infrastructure that doesn't benefit the town?
Ms. LaFleur?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. That issue or those concerns have been raised a number of times in the community, and what I can say is the Select Board has agreed to take up further discussion of parking meters and whether or not they're appropriate for the community, probably over the summer, but certainly in the next couple of months, and we might see a change for fiscal '24. But at this time, we're anticipating the same program and level of service in '23, so we need to establish a budget for this activity.
Thank you very much. We'll go in the gymnasium to microphone number 1. That is you.
Sven Weber, 50 Belknap Street.
Yes?
A little bit the same line. It just makes financially no sense for years to run something that just brings revenue that barely cover the cost. So I think that the town really has to rethink this. And if there's no other reason, like managing the traffic, guiding traffic and parking somewhere else by charging in certain places, it just doesn't make sense to do that. The same, by the way, on a side note to commuter parking, it doesn't make sense that we charge commuters for parking if we want to encourage people to use the train and park at places.
Thank you very much. Carrie, is there anyone else in the auditorium at a microphone?
There is not.
All right. So it sounds like we're ready for a vote on Article 29. Would all those in favor of the appropriation in Article 29 please raise their voting slips? Thank you very much. All those opposed? Thank you very much. There are definitely a few folks opposed, but the motion carries by more than a majority in the gymnasium. And how about in the auditorium, Carrie?
Similar here. I could see a few no's, but clearly a majority.
Okay. All right. So the meeting has approved Article 29 by more than majority, and I do so declare. We'll now proceed to Article 30, which is the Scenic Roads Bylaw. And I hope everyone had an opportunity to grab the handouts on Article 30 that were just put out for us. And the motion is that Ms. Saulfield moves that the town take affirmative action on Article 30 as printed in the warrant. And may I have a second for the motion, please? Thank you very much. And I will note that the Select Board recommends affirmative action. And we will now proceed with the presentation by Ms. Saulfield.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Melissa Saulfield, Chair of the Concord Historical Commission, 77 Concord Green. The Scenic Road Bylaw derives from state legislation, next slide. Derives from state legislation first passed in 1973 to provide communities the means to protect their scenic roads. Since then, at least 113 towns, including all of Concord's neighbors, except Maynard, have adopted a scenic roads bylaw. The bylaw requires that it lists the roads to be designated, it establishes a schedule of fines if the bylaw is violated, and it must be approved at town meeting. The bylaw is limited but emphatic. Any repair, maintenance, reconstruction, or paving work on a designated scenic road that might require destruction or removal of a stone wall, or cutting or removal of a tree in the public road right-of-way must undergo a public hearing conducted by the planning board. If a tree is involved, there would be a combined hearing of the tree warden and planning board. Next slide, please. Concord has a long history calling for greater road protection. The 1987 Land Use Plan notes the contribution of our historic roads to the town's special character. The 1995 and 2001 Historic Resources Master Plan called for adoption of a scenic roads bylaw. The 2005 Long Range Plan called for protection of all Concord roads with a universally historic and environmentally sensitive policy. Our most recent long-range plan, Envision Concord Bridge to 2030, recommended several action items to be undertaken by the Concord Historical Commission that affect scenic roads. The promotion of this bylaw is a direct response to that recommendation and is directly related to our mission to safeguard the unique physical attributes of the town. Next slide, please. Working with several Concord historians, we have built on these efforts and developed criteria to determine what might constitute a scenic road. We consulted bylaws from other Massachusetts communities, including Carlisle, Lexington, Lincoln, Lynnfield, Sturbridge, Upton, Weston, among others. Our criteria are consistent with those towns. The road exhibits overall scenic beauty and ample evidence of stone walls and canopy trees. There's clear proof of the road's age and historical significance of the trees and stone walls. The road includes features such as historic layout, historic sites, houses, and monuments on its path. And finally, for Concord, the road appears on our 1852 H.F. Walling map. This was a town-authorized map produced in that year. Next slide. The roads initially selected are representative of the town's historic system of roadways, each of which has a distinctive story. They are also geographically dispersed throughout our town. In future years, should this bylaw pass, other roads may be nominated for inclusion and voted at town meeting. In 2022, we propose on this slide, Balls Hill Road and Barrett's Mill. Next slide. Garfield Road and Liberty Street. Next slide. Monument Street and Old Road to 19 Acre Corner. Next slide. Strawberry Hill Road and Sudbury Road. And finally, next slide, Westford Road. There are some very important caveats to the proposed bylaw. The bylaw is, next slide, please. Thank you. The bylaw is only triggered when a property owner proposes a repair or reconstruction within the public right-of-way. For example, a developer is building 3 homes along a scenic road and intends to break through the existing historic stone wall 3 times to create 3 separate driveways. If the bylaw were in place, this would trigger a public hearing. At the hearing, public input would encourage the developer, we hope, to make only 1 break and connect the 3 driveways from that point, thus preserving much more of the stone wall. Another example would be the construction of a sidewalk along a scenic road that required removal of canopy trees. Such a scenario would require a public hearing by the tree warden, but because this is along a designated scenic road, the public hearing would be a joint meeting with the tree warden and the planning board. Ideally, the ultimate design of the sidewalk would minimize the loss of canopy trees, but create a safe sidewalk for pedestrians. Next slide, please. Again, this bylaw only applies to work within the public road right-of-way. Land beyond the public right-of-way is private and not subject to the bylaw. Additionally, the bylaw accommodates essential work by town departments such as the Public Works and Concord Light Plant. Tree maintenance or work to avoid hazardous conditions would be exempt, as would annual roadside maintenance, line clearing, and utility work by CMLP. Next slide. If the article passes, the Planning Board, working with town staff, Public Works, the Historical Commission, and other stakeholders, will draft the rules and regulations. Ultimately, the Planning Board will hold a public hearing to adopt these rules, which will be developed with the following criteria in mind. Number 1, of course, is public safety, environmental values, historical values, preservation of natural resources, scenic and aesthetic characteristics, existence or absence of reasonable alternatives, and consistency with town or articulated town policies. Next slide. As many of you may know, Concord has adopted the Complete Streets approach to provide safe and accessible modes of transportation for people of all ages and abilities. This policy also calls for preserving aspects of the existing environment and includes certain exclusions, among them, quote, two-lane roads, stone walls, and legacy trees, which help define the historic character of the town, end quote. This policy continues to be evaluated and is evolving over time. Policies, as we know, are subject to change and can be variously interpreted. Department leadership as well changes over time. On the other hand, our proposed bylaw provides important additional legal protection for specific historic roads. That additional protection is a public hearing attended by town residents whose financial support funds the care of our town's infrastructure and historic resources. Through this public hearing, applicants can work with the planning board to arrive at a less intrusive or destructive solution. I encourage passage of the Scenic Roads Bylaw as a reminder of what we have that we can still preserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saltville. And we'll hear next from the Historic District Commission. I believe Luis Perez-Bigia is going to speak to us for the HDC.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Luis Perez-Bigia. I serve as the chair of the Historic Districts Commission. I live in 410 Lexington Road. The Historic Districts Commission, in their meeting of April 21st, 2022, by a majority vote, recommends that Article number 30 be adopted. From our perspective, the extent and the purposes of the proposed bylaw are to assure an increased level of oversight and vigilance regarding work done on or contiguous to certain public ways if such work involves the destruction or modification of stone walls or the cutting of trees within the public way. The Commission agrees with these purposes and with the preservation of trees and stone wall structures which define and complement these scenic ways. The Commission notes that endorsement of this law does not imply abrogation of the duties and responsibilities that are currently established upon the Historic Districts Commission, and it does not imply that the HDC has to make any changes in decisions that may interfere with the perspective of the scenic bylaw. Overall, we recommend that this be passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And next we will hear from Andrea Solomon for the Public Works Commission.
Hi, I'm Andrea Solomon. I live at 75 Ash Street. I'm a member of the Public Works Commission. When this article was introduced at the town meeting preview session, it had not been reviewed or discussed by the Public Works Commission. It is unusual for a bylaw to be drafted and introduced for such consideration without the support of the department and its policy-making board that it affects. Contrary to a number of presentations made leading up to town meeting and today, this bylaw has been considered by town boards and committees in the past. Conclusions drawn by both citizen advisory committees and department officials were that the Scenic Roads bylaw did not go far enough in protecting the Concord's roads. And so a comprehensive roads policy and then a public shade tree policy were developed in order to maintain those aspects of the existing environment which enhance the historic, scenic, and agricultural properties of the roadway consistent with public safety. The Public Works Commission is concerned about the Scenic Roads bylaw for two reasons. First, we are most concerned that this bylaw may have unintended consequences on both planned and emergency road and utility work that is presently under the control and authority of Public Works. The second reason is that this bylaw may not fix the most notable problem identified, that is, that private developers will continue to have an unfettered ability to remove stone walls bordering their property. When the Commission attempted to better understand how such a regulatory tool might work, we learned that the line between impacted public ways and non-impacted private properties may be more complex than meets the eye. The Public Works Commission believes that a more thoughtful review of the current regulations and policies will allow us to address both these concerns, as well as consider the best way to incorporate the Envision Concord plan with the existing character of the town. In honoring both its past and its future, we can then decide how to design specific road improvements to public right-of-ways that meet the goals of mobility and sustainability and still protect the character of every road in Concord. By taking more time to review, our commission can work with boards and committees on developing tools that can preserve Concord's historic structures without introducing conflicting roles, responsibilities, and authorities between town boards and committees. After deliberating on this article at our last commission meeting, the Public Works Commission agreed that it was important that we share our concerns in hopes that you are more informed as you decide how to vote on this. Regardless of the outcome, the Commission will continue to work with residents, boards, and committees on any and all issues that support the greater good of the community.
Thank you very much. We will now open the floor to questions and comments. Microphone number 3. That's you over there. Yep, that's you.
This is one.
Oh, it's 1. So sorry. Okay. I can't actually see the numbers from here, so I'm just trying to remember. I know the middle one's 2. So, all right. That's 1. Okay.
Hi, my name is Nancy Frisella Lee. I live at 140 Walden Street, and I am one of the researchers who worked on this bylaw, and I can tell you that the people who worked on it spent many, many hours researching this, the roads, and we've really found out so many wonderful, interesting things in this research, and we've all enjoyed it, and we are really a strong proponent of it now. It's really interesting to realize how important the history of our roads impact the development of the town over the 200 years that it's been together. And we're really proud of the work that we've done. And this is a rare opportunity when all of us can get together and show support for the history of our extraordinarily historic town. And I think it's important to say we in no way want to interfere with the work that the Public Works Commission does. It's not trying to contradict anything that they do, or it's just trying to work together. And we believe that town committees really need to work together, and in the specialties that they have, and the Historic Commission brings those specialties together. The people on that commission and the HDC are specialty historians, and they have the time and they take the time to research our history, and we can only add to and help our Public Works Commission. So this is not going to interfere, and it's not really going to affect very many people, and it really shows a tremendous support for how important the history and preservation of our history is to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Janet Rothrock, 618 in Ersnack Hill Road. I was curious about this article, so I did a little research, and I spoke with one of the members of the board. So I'm wondering, what is the problem this article is trying to solve? Trees are already protected by an effective tree bylaw. We've probably all seen signs alerting our neighbors, alerting neighbors to a tree hearing for a questionable tree. Tree policies are enshrined in the standard operating procedure, which guides the DPW. And I wonder if Article 30 is a way to protect stone walls, but most stone walls are on private property, and this article would not affect them. If we need to better establish written policies to protect stone walls in the same way we protect trees, let's take the time for the Planning Department and Public Works to do it together and develop policies to protect the few stone walls that do lie on public land. This article, if passed, will slow down Public Works service to the community. We want to ensure that any regulations developed out of this article take the Public Works Department's concerns into account. We don't need another layer of bureaucracy that needlessly impedes work. We need a better, more thoughtful process to develop regulations. I suggest you vote no and that we go back to the drawing board. If this article passes, please make sure that the Department of Public Works is at the table when the policies are written. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2 again.
Arthur Walker, 13 Chestnut Street.
Mr. Walker.
Yeah, this is, there are sort of two ways to look at this. It's an urgent problem in terms of the fact that we don't have maybe as much time as we think. Development is rampant, as we know, in Concord, and I think yet we've had a collaborative afternoon already with working with many departments and entities in town. So I think that if this were to pass, we could still work very collaboratively with the Department of Public Works. I have great respect and high praise for the DPW, and I don't think we would be interfering with their mission if this were to pass. So my thought is that this is kind of urgent to pass such an article that has been well studied and would look at these wonderful treasures. My question was, I think I understood that the proposed roads are not that if this passes, there may be other roads that will be looked at in future years to add to the list. I would wonder about, for instance, Lowell Road and Old Marlborough Road, which I believe both appear on that 1852 map. And I wonder if anyone can answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Saulfield, I'm not sure where you went.
They do appear on the map. And I would also like to just clarify that, again, we would work, Public Works is very important part of the developing the rules and regulations that we will be, if this passes, we are prepared. We have a draft set already. We would be prepared to start working as early as next week.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Dory Keogh, 51 MacArthur Road, and I'm repeating what some of the other people have just said, but I think it's written very clearly in the explanation on the warrant that the planning board has approved this article and that they have all agreed to work together. I think there's nothing that's written so specifically into this rule that makes anything not clear or that other things couldn't be added. I think the sense of the whole community here that I'm hearing is we favor it. It needs a little bit more work. I'm sure that the people who are proposing this article will be willing to work, and that it will take a little bit of time, but it's going to be worth it in the end. So I really urge a positive vote. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the auditorium, and let me ask Carrie, do you have anyone in a microphone there?
I have one person standing at a microphone, yes. Go ahead, please.
Michael Coogan, 15 Whittemore Street. I have a question, and I wonder if this bylaw would inhibit or prevent future development of public sidewalks and public bike lanes on these roads. I'd like that question answered, and if the answer is no, excuse me, if the answer is yes, it will inhibit or prohibit such development, then I would vote against it. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Saulfield, you know that there's a couple chairs right up here. You could stay here if you want.
Well, that's okay. I might defer to Elizabeth Hughes as well, but no, the point of this is to allow a public process with the planning board to work with a developer or a private citizen to take into consideration the stone walls and trees that would be affected. So it wouldn't necessarily prevent a sidewalk from being installed.
Thank you. Anyone else in the auditorium, Carrie?
There is not wishing to speak, apparently.
Okay. Microphone number 3.
Thank you. Elise Woodward, 379 Garfield Road.
Ms. Woodward.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. From my perspective, the Scenic Roads Bylaw will reinforce the 1999 Concord Public Works Commission's policy statement, as well as the 1994 roads policy. It is a thoughtful initiative intended as a tool for the Planning Board and CPW to bring attention to the elements of the town's roadways that contribute specifically to Concord's unique and scenic environment. It will offer an approach that is prospective, an integrated approach, not retrospective, being designed to solve a problem. And it's similar to the shade tree bylaw in that regard. The benefits of such an integrated approach were articulated in the Envision Concord Comprehensive Long-Range Plan that acknowledged the critical importance of preserving and enhancing Concord's scenic, historical, and environmental resources in balance with improving the health, safety, and mobility of the transportation system users. So as town department leadership changes, pressures for development increases, and the town's demographic shift over time, this bylaw will highlight the characteristics that make the roads of Concord unique, as well as being a reminder of the attention required to maintain these scenic roads. Thank you.
Number one.
Yes, hi. Peter Lee, 140 Walden Street. I support the Scenic Roads General Bylaw. It's frankly long overdue. We have amazing public stone walls and tree canopies in this town, such as Monument Street, Liberty Street, where the Battle of Concord occurred. Right now, developers can go in and make cuts through the wall. They can cut the trees. Really, as a town, there's no mechanism to protect it. The way it is proposed right now, only a few roads are listed. It's a very limited impact bylaw at this point. For it to be more effective, I think many more roads need to be considered, but that will have to come back to town meeting. So there's a mechanism for that. So I think it's a mistake to think that this is not important, even though it's quite low impact. It's also a mistake to confuse the many stone walls on private property. Yes, there are many stone walls on private property, and they are not controlled by this. And perhaps we should consider it, but that is no reason to vote against this bylaw. Massachusetts has moved on this. We are known for this. This town has some of the most ancient and important roads, and I think we do want to preserve it. So I support this.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the auditorium, Carrie?
No, thanks for asking.
Okay, microphone number 3.
My name is Nancy Nelson. I live at 1695 Lowell Road, and I'm a member of the Historical Commission.
Ms. Nelson?
I would just like to say, speaking personally, that I view this bylaw as an opportunity that goes a bit beyond policy, which is more changeable, to create an opportunity for increased collaboration between the departments of the town. The Historical Commission has amazing depth and breadth of knowledge about the town, its resources, and that is the expertise of the Historical Commission that sometimes needs to be brought forward. And I think this bylaw, while not heavily regulatory, a hearing is hardly new in Concord. I think it's a good step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else in the gymnasium, anyone else in the auditorium waiting to speak. Carol?
No, seem to be ready for a vote.
All right. We are ready to proceed to a vote then. All those and this is not a zoning bylaw, this is a general bylaw, so this is a simple majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? All right, it carries by well more than a majority in the gymnasium. And how about in the auditorium, Carrie?
Likewise.
Okay. The meeting has approved Article 30 by more than a majority vote, and I do so declare. We have addressed Article 31 on the consent calendar. and we will therefore proceed to Article 32, the zoning bylaw amendment for formula business. And you'll see that there is a handout for Article 32, which everyone should have had a chance to pick up. And the motion is that Ms. Miller moves that the town take affirmative action on Article 32. As printed in a warrant with the changes in the second paragraph in section 3.3.2, just to make the language of the amendment consistent with the existing language of the bylaw, which is noted in the handout. May I have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one, and we'll hear from Ms. Miller on behalf of the Planning Board.
Thank you very much. My name is Linda Miller. I'm from 300 Main Street, and as a member of the Planning Board, I will highlight Article 32, a zoning bylaw amendment that will add the Thoreau Depot Business District to our list of areas in the Formula Business Bylaw. The Formula Business Bylaw seeks to preserve the existing character of our business districts. These districts are a great asset to Concord and enhance our ability to attract residents and visitors. This warrant article will limit the number of formula businesses in the Thoreau Depot Business District to 14. For those of you who are new to the concept of formula business, it is defined as a business with a variety of standardized features, as highlighted here, that are present at 15 or more establishments. Concerns have been raised regarding the legality of the Formula Business Bylaw. It is important to note that the Formula Business Bylaw does not prohibit a formula business from being established, even if the maximum number has been reached. A formula business can adopt its business model and adapt it to change those features so that they are no longer standardized. I'm on slide 5, please. Thank you. As background, Concord has more than a decade of experience in limiting formula businesses in our business districts. At town meeting in 2011, formula businesses were defined, were limited to 10 in the West Concord business and West Concord Village districts combined, and a special permit process was established for establishing, expanding, or relocating formula businesses. In 2019, town meeting limited the number of formula businesses in the Concord Center Business District to 12. What is special about the what is special about the Thoreau Depot Business District? Historically, rail service from Concord to Boston began in 1844. This rail reflects Concord's early industrial period. And certainly, I would welcome any additional historical facts that the Historical Commission wishes to weigh in on later in our discussion. Today, nearby schools, playing fields, the library and arts buildings, the town forest, and Walden Pond attract many to this area. Attractive residential areas border the retail and transit hubs. In general, the Thoreau Depot Business District is a gateway to the Concord experience. This map shows the boundary of the Thoreau Depot Business District. And next is a list of the current formula businesses existing at the depot. Why set a limit of 14 formula businesses? This preserves the current mix of valued Concord businesses at the depot and allows for growth of those businesses and addition of new businesses. Thank you, and we would be pleased to take any questions and hear your comments.
You get the prize for being under time, Ms. Miller.
I like to win, so can I consider that winning?
Okay. All right, I want to note that the Select Board recommended affirmative action on Article 32 by a vote of 3 to 2. And we will now open the floor to questions and comments. We'll go to microphone number 2.
George Corrett, 148 Peter Spring Road.
Mr. Corrett.
Madam Moderator. So I had this question ever since the formula business thing was formulated. And the question is, if somebody founds a business in Concord and then it becomes so popular that they have franchisees all over the country, does the original Concord business then lose its right to exist in the form that it became popular under?
That would be a good problem to have, so. Elizabeth, do you know the answer to that?
Madam Moderator, Elizabeth Hughes, Concord Town Planner. No, that existing business would remain. It would just be added into the list of formula businesses. If this were to pass, there's currently 12. There could be 2 additional formula businesses added. Even if the number got up to 14 and an existing business became a formula business, that business remains, the number automatically, just by default, goes up. There would not be any new businesses allowed, but existing businesses have the right to expand and hopefully prosper, and it would remain if it was a formula business.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Hi. Excuse me, no,
Is that me or not?
It is you, yes.
Okay. Elizabeth Awalt, 396 Great Meadows Road.
Yes?
I just have a question about formula businesses and whether real estate agencies are considered a formula business, because now we have quite a few in Concord Center, and I wonder if there are any restrictions on that.
Perhaps you'd like to answer that, but what I would say is real estate agencies would be a class of business, and the formula business district would not restrict trade in any class whatsoever. And I would also say that obviously the formula business district constraints do not affect economic or fiscal policy, which I think that the economy has driven what's happening in Concord Center, and I don't think the planning board really would want to interfere in that. But
I think that Elizabeth may have something. Ms. Hughes, you have something to add there?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Yes, a real estate agency, if it meets the parameters of what the definition of a formula business is, if there's more than 15 of those businesses, they have the same logo, colors, business practices. So I can tell you all of the real estate agencies that are currently in Concord Center are classified as formula businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3 again.
No, she's still in the other hall.
Me?
Yes.
Mark Martinez, 66 Alfred Circle.
Yes.
I would like to distinguish a franchise-owned business versus a corporate business. And the best example I can give is, in Thoreau, is when we think about Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks. And if you look at the owners, one being Starbucks, one being locally owned franchise, where the owner's kids are in our schools, they play sports, they contribute, they volunteer, and they're members of a number of boards and towns. I think, banning those type, or counting those businesses in a way that they're lumped in with other businesses is a mistake. Generally, I think this is a bad time to be introducing this, given how many dark spaces we have in that district. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to pose an amendment which includes an exclusion for a franchise-owned business. And it would be as simple as...
Okay, hold on. Your amendment needs to be in writing, and it needs to be on 3 pieces of paper, and it needs to be reviewed by me for scope and by town council for legality. Why don't you have a seat next to Ms. Woodward in the front row there and get some help with your amendment? Carrie, is there anyone in the auditorium at a microphone?
Somebody who seems to be quite eager to speak here. So please go ahead.
Sorry, I just didn't know which microphone this was. Catherine Dia, 9th Row Court in Concord. So just to clarify, right now there are 12 formula businesses allowed in Concord Center, and this will just change it to 14. Am I understanding that correctly?
You are correct in identifying that there are 12 formula businesses in Concord Center. This article is referring to the Thoreau Depot Business District, which is separate from Concord Center. I don't know if we could get the map of the business district on the screen, but that will show you that this is a distinct area of which now there also are 12 formula businesses, but we would be allowing 14. So it could be expanded in this area by 2 additional before we hit any kind of threshold.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Don Kopka at 39 Devon Street, and I want to thank you for bringing this to us because it helps to explain why the character of the Thoreau Depot is so different from, say, West Concord Village or downtown Concord Center. It's because we haven't had any constraints on formula businesses. So I appreciate the idea that we are implementing them. I wonder, had you considered the idea of further restricting them, perhaps giving grandfathering in what exists, but capping it at 8 or 10, given the smaller size of this market and the potential that we're creating for additional local retail should we rezone the area? Thank you.
I think there will be continuing discussions with our next article on the a greater scale with regard to potential opportunities for the Thoreau Depot Business District. I also feel that this article truly wants to support existing commerce and businesses in Concord, and therefore there would be no reason to restrain the number of formula businesses lower than those that are currently operating in the area. We don't want to cut back and have to constrain businesses that are currently operating not to be operating. I don't think that's at all the intent of this article. Did I not understand your? Oh, well, this in fact does grandfather what exists, and it allows 2 additional. So the number 14 would include 12 and then add 2 more members. So that.
Mr. Kopka, no one can hear you, so you need to come back to the microphone. You may ask a follow-up question if you would like.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My question was, had you considered grandfathering what exists, but further reducing the count for future businesses to enhance the character of the neighborhood, to make it more in keeping with Concord Center and West Concord Village? Thanks.
Thank you.
I think that town meeting can always consider further reduction. I think that this article was to reflect our respect for the existing commerce in the district and to allow additional opportunities, but not to change the nature of what is there now. I think we felt that that would not be fair to the existing commercial locations in the district. But
okay, thank you very much. Microphone number 3. Yes?
Thanks very much. I had not anticipated that the last speaker and I would be so much in line. I thought I was going to be the only guy in the room with this kind of a comment. But
We need your name and address, please.
Dick Cross, and I live with my bride Jenny at 38 Academy Lane. I've lived in Concord for 46 years, and we've been at 38 Academy for 32, so we're close by. It seems kind of incongruous to me that the Thoreau Depot could have more formula businesses than Concord Center. As a long-term resident, a historian, and I'll tell you later, as an architect, a planner, degrees in both, and a business guy, I care a lot about the character of the Thoreau Depot. If you look historically, it is a very significant area of town in terms of the history of our town that is internationally acclaimed. I have a very difficult time understanding how adding 2 more formula businesses is going to do anything but denigrate this part of town, which has already been denigrated by far more development of these kinds of businesses than was anticipated when I on the planning board was part of putting in the sign ordinance for Concord, which was anchored largely in deep passion and deep responsibility for maintaining the visual and experiential character of our town.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Cross. In the auditorium, do we have any speakers waiting?
Yes, I do. Go ahead, please. I don't think her mic is working.
Could we go to the
Hello?
auditorium, please?
She's trying the other mic.
How about this one? Oh, that's much better. Sue Felshen, 19 Sunnyside Lane. Having been around for the adoption of the Formula Business Bylaw for West Concord and for Concord Center, I can tell you that the way they were developed, the way the threshold was chosen was to count the number of existing businesses and add a little bit of a cushion. And this is not because the planning board thought that the existing number was too high or too low or just right, but rather to satisfy legal requirements or anticipated legal arguments of living in a capitalist society. So we may feel differently, but this is how it was chosen. And since I'm already at a mic, I am going to anticipatorily speak to the anticipated amendment and say that for the very same reason, the parameters of our formula business bylaw are rather odd, specifying the method in which the business is carried out and not the ownership. But again, that is for legal reasons. We might wish to say franchises are okay, corporate ownership is not okay, but I do not believe that that would be legally successful. And so I would like to speak in support of the original motion, which I think is the best that we can do for our town and pretty good. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We have another speaker in the auditorium.
I do. Go ahead, please.
Susan Khaled, 100 Elsinore Street.
Yes?
I have a clarifying question. If I heard it correctly, we were told that real estate agencies were formula businesses. So if that's correct, the 12 that were listed on the slides did not include any real estate agencies. And I know there's one right down at the end of my street. And I think there might be a second. So I just want to clarify whether we're already at 14, maybe we're at 13, but if we're already at 14, then that would mean that there would be no additional room for other businesses. So I just like to clarify.
Ms. Hughes, would you like to address that for us?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My statement was that a real estate agency that meets the definition of a formula business, that there's more than 15 of those businesses, they have the same logo, coloring, trademark. So the real estate agency that is in the Thoreau Depot business does not have more than 15 locations within the United States or the world. So it's not considered a formula business just because of the use. It has to do with the definition of formula business and the parameters that go into defining what a formula business is. All of the real estate agencies that are currently in Concord Center have more than 15 locations in the United States, worldwide, have the same trademark, logo, coloring, so they are considered a formula business. It does not have to do with the use, it has to do with the definition.
Thank you very much. A microphone, we'll go back to the gymnasium now. We'll go to microphone number 2.
Thank you. Edward Swanjeski, 108 Comerford Road. Just want to clarify one point. Is this imposing a net new limit on the number of businesses in the Thoreau Business District, or is there already a limit of 12 right now?
There is no existing limit currently, and this article's purpose is to create a limit, and the number chosen was 14, and the current number existing in the Thoreau Depot Business District is currently 12.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have anyone else in the auditorium, Carrie?
Nope, I don't believe there is anybody heading. Nope, I don't think so. Go ahead. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There is one person coming.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Elisa Adams, 143 Elsinore Street. How many businesses are currently in the Thoreau District? And also, you know, I work in Lexington too, and this has been a big issue there where there are a lot of formula businesses, and it's become this sort of corporate setting that people in town there are not very happy about. So I'm very concerned about having a lot more formula businesses in town. So that's my question to you. What's the percentage?
I don't know offhand. Elizabeth, do you recall how many total businesses there are in the Thoreau Depot? I know we had that number, but I apologize. I don't know that percentage.
Thank you very much. How are we doing with that amendment, folks?
Can I follow up on that?
Carmen, the person who was the last to speak here in the auditorium would like to follow up on her comment.
Well, it sounds like the amendment as proposed is going to be within the scope, but we are going to hear from town council about the likely legal impact of the amendment. And looks like we might almost be ready.
Is yours a clarifying question?
Yeah, I would like to know the answer to that. I think it's, you know, if we don't have that number, I think it's hard for us to vote on that. Is it 10% or is it 80%?
Okay, that's all right.
And
You
if
can
it's
have
high,
it
I
there. That's
really
fine.
don't want to vote for that.
Okay, tell us your name and address one more time, please.
Sure. Mark Martinez. I live at 66 Alpha Circle.
Okay, we need that for the town clerk. Thank you. Would you like to read your proposed amendment?
Sure. It's relatively simple. It's going to amend 332, and the following language will be added at the end. The language is, a formula business shall not include a franchise. Try to make it as simple as possible. On the advice of town council, by the way.
It's town council now to come to the podium and explain to us any issues that may exist with respect to this amendment. Do we have a second for the amendment? I see that we do. And by the way, we're now going to turn our discussion to the amendment, and the quantum of vote on the amendment will be a majority, even though the quantum of vote on the article itself is 2/3. Mr. Markarias.
Madam Moderator, just to be clear, the advice is if one were to regulate on the basis of franchise versus corporate ownership, this would be an appropriate way to do it. The concern is that by regulating on the basis of franchise versus corporate ownership, you're regulating on the basis of ownership. And that is not a permissible basis typically under zoning. It is not a feature that one sees in the physical facility. And so I think it increases the likelihood that the Attorney General would disapprove at least that portion of the bylaw change, and certainly would increase the potential, even if approved, of a successful challenge to the bylaw if adopted.
Thank you, Counsel. All right, so we now have before us Mr. Martinez's motion to amend the main motion under Article 32 by adding to 3.3.2 at the end a provision that states that a formula business shall not include a franchise. We'll now open the floor to questions and comments on the amendment. I see no one, what? Nope, I see no one in the gymnasium. Is there anyone in the auditorium?
On the amendment, no.
All right, seeing no one else at a microphone on the amendment, we're ready for a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment?
There's somebody coming down the stairs. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Hold on, we got one more speaker in the auditorium.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Eric Moore, 45 Francis Street. I disagree with the amendment. I appreciate it in principle, but a franchise owner could be constrained by his or her relationship with the broader company in terms of what they have to put forward in terms of their signage and branding. If the intention of the restriction is not to sort of push, you know, all of this branding that's consistent with a very large corporate presence, even though the franchisee owns the business, we're still looking at the same branding. So that's why I disagree with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, we are ready to proceed to a vote on the amendment. We're voting not on the article now, but on the amendment to eliminate franchises from the definition of formula business. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your voting slip. All those opposed? The amendment clearly fails in the gymnasium by a substantial majority. How about in the auditorium?
In the auditorium, it is unanimously opposed.
Okay, so the amendment fails, and we will now return to the...
Carmen, the last speaker prior to the amendment in the auditorium feels that either she did not hear or did not or feels her question was not answered. If I'm correct, it was about the total number of businesses in the district. And
yes, the answer was we don't know.
Yes.
but I see that Ms. Hughes is back at the microphone. Ms. Hughes?
Madam Moderator, as I mentally walk down Thoreau and Sudbury in somewhat eidetic memory, there's approximately 40 businesses in the Thoreau Depot district.
Okay, thank you very much. It's approximately 40. That's better than I don't know. Okay, microphone, and we've gone back to the main motion now, and microphone number 3.
Hi, Parashar Patel, 397 Sudbury Road.
Mr. Patel.
I'd like to make a amendment to bring the limit down to 12 instead of 14.
Okay, that's simple enough. I'm not going to ask you for 3 copies of it. So we have another amendment, and that is to reduce the number of formula businesses from 14 to 12 in the main motion. Town Council, do you have any comment on legal issues with respect to this motion to amend? We'll have just a moment on that. Do we have a second for this motion to amend? I see that we do. We're going to give a moment of consultation to Town Council and the Town Planner. We will now turn our discussion to the amendment on the floor. And I will remind everyone that once again, the quantum of vote on the amendment is a majority. It's a simple majority, even though the underlying motion, it would be 2/3. Thank you. You will have a chance. I'm gonna, anything?
Moderator, I think the planning board would be better to address the concerns which are more policy concerns.
Okay. The planning board would like to address the amendment. And actually, before we do this, Mr. Patel, did you want any more time to explain the basis from your amendment? Because normally we'd give you a few minutes to do that.
Yep.
And then the planning board has an opportunity to respond.
Absolutely.
Please
So
proceed.
it's a little bit tied to 33. So if the whole intent of this zoning change, which I agree with, is to limit the number of formulaic businesses, why not just set it at 12, grandfather the folks in? And if my concern is if you go with 14, the whole purpose of Article 33 is to encourage more mixed-use development there. And so at a limit of 14, you're automatically thinking, well, there's space for 2 more. And so if we want to preserve the nature of Concord, leave it at 12. I actually would think I'd like to leave it at 8, grandfather the 12 in, and as some of them leave, you encourage more homegrown businesses. But that's the rationale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Flint?
Yeah, the reason, Burton Flint, Chair of the Planning Board, the reason we went and provided a little cushion on top is because we want people to be put on notice that this is there and it doesn't impact a current plan, that somebody may be developing a formula business right now. They may have signed a lease or be pursuing permits, right? So we wanted to provide a little cushion. That's the rationale.
Thank you very much. Okay, the floor is now open for questions and comments on Mr. Patel's motion to amend the main motion, which is to reduce the number, the limit of on formula businesses from 14 to 12. Microphone number 2.
Hi, Tanya Galis, 62 Prescott Road.
Ms. Galis.
I remember when the select board was discussing their position on this, that Mr. Johnson mentioned that formula business restrictions worked if there was somewhere else in town where more could be allowed. So even having been, I think, a formula business restriction supporter himself, he was bringing this up as a cushion. I just wanted to mention this here. I don't know about the laws about this. So given that, and given that we have restricted all sorts of formula businesses, and I have supported that, maybe it is okay to have 14 right near the train station. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Hello, my name is Kate McEneedy. I live at 58 Walnut Street. I'm also a member of the planning board and speaking individually on my own behalf, clearly. I'm supportive of the number 14, and I can think of some formula businesses that would actually enhance the district. I don't think all formula businesses are necessarily bad. So if we're thinking of building out that area, it may be that there are some formula businesses that can enhance. So I think 14 is the right balance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carrie, do we have anyone in the auditorium who wishes to speak to the amendment?
I do not.
I see we have someone approaching microphone number 3.
John Axton, 28 Laurel Street.
Mr. Ashton.
There seems to be, from the planning board, a desire to expand development and business development in the depot area and then across, you know, in the whole area, which crosses across to where Crosby's is. I don't know, why does this have to happen? I wasn't at any earlier meetings, unfortunately, or I don't understand what the rationale for that is. I myself would support keeping it at 12 and keeping the town feeling somewhat in that area rather than eradicating it altogether.
Thank you very much. Are you stretching your legs or coming to a microphone? Coming to a microphone. Very good. Microphone number 1.
Sven Weber, 50 Belknap Street. There is no question there. We have very rundown areas of Thorough District. And not talking about Article 33, but here I think we have to have in mind that it would be good to attract businesses, perhaps to the point of the planning board. Some people have signed leases and legal documents. So we have to consider giving the town a little cushion against potential legal consequences that would drive costs for the town up if there's any dispute. Then if we assign 12 and then it turns out it would be 13 or 14 in the end. On a personal note, I would appreciate if there's 1 or 2 more formula businesses that would renovate some of these buildings, I would be personally super happy to get rid of these buildings.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Foley. I live at 235 Sudbury Road. I have a question about banks. About banks. Are they formula businesses? Because we have Citizens Bank and Salem Bank, and they weren't counted in the number of formula businesses in our area.
Ms. Hughes, can you address that for us?
Madam Moderator, yes, if a business meets the definition of in the zoning bylaw for the criteria to be defined a formula business, it doesn't matter what the use is, it has to do with that definition. So I believe Citizens Bank is on that list. I'm not sure, I don't remember if Salem Bank was on there.
Salem Bank is on the list, and so that means we already have 14 formula businesses in the Thoreau District.
Is Salem Bank on the list, Ms. Hughes?
No, we have Cambridge Savings Bank, which is across the street from Crosby's Market.
Okay, so we have another bank as well. Right? I mean,
okay, thank you.
I'm saying this because obviously I would like to have it stay smaller.
Thank you very much. Are you coming to a microphone, Mr. Corrett?
Moderator, George Corrett, 148 Peter Spring Road.
Proceed.
I thought actually, just as a point of information, that Salem Bank might actually be closing that branch. I remember, but I'm not sure. But that.
Thank you for the scuttlebutt. Microphone number 1.
Yeah, I would just, Lois Wassoff, 258 Sudbury Road. I just wanted to ask Town Council if he has a reaction to this amendment.
Madam Moderator, it is a policy matter for town meeting, the exact number. The case law on formula businesses is very limited. It's one land court case so far and a few decisions from the AG. Certainly not having any leftover spaces for new formula businesses increases the possibility that a business would say, we were not allowed in, and the whole bylaw is a problem. If there are spots, it reduces the likelihood for that.
What about liability issues if in fact there's a negotiation going on or a lease in process for the town?
If you're asking about legal liability in terms of damages that the town would have to pay, the answer is that would not be a risk. Anyone who is looking for permitting, et cetera, is subject to zoning laws as they change. There are ways for somebody to freeze zoning bylaws, but they would not apply in this case.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Susan Bates speaking on my own behalf. I'm pretty sure the Salem 5 Bank that was in the Crosby's area closed quite a while ago. I think that's empty.
Anyone want to take a walk over and check for us? Okay. Anyone in the auditorium have a question or a comment on the amendment?
I have one person at the microphone, yes.
All right, let's go to the auditorium.
Hi, thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Allison LaRue, and I live at 216 Sudbury Road. My question is, does the town planning board not have access to the information of if people are currently applying for leases? Because it seems to me like they're just trying to front load for Article 33. It seems to me, because they want Article 33 to pass, that they're trying to front load this by saying 14, we'll give it a buffer, instead of, as my neighbor on Sudbury Road suggested, limiting it to 12 and then grandfathering it.
Okay, I want to remind everyone that this is a business meeting, and we will not be clapping or booing, except in recognition for those people who have served our town nobly. And we've already done that in this meeting, so there will be no clapping and no reactions. Thank you very much. Ms. Hughes, would you like to answer that question?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Sadly, the answer is no. And in fact, when it comes to people coming into the community wanting to start a business, unfortunately, the staff at the Department of Planning and Land Management, the Board of Health, the Building Department, we are usually the last people that they come to talk to us after they've signed a lease. Many times they don't even check to see that it's a permitted use in the district that they're looking for. And we end up having to sadly deal with people who have signed a lease and can't even open the business that they wish to go there. The planning board is not involved in any manner with somebody opening up a business until after that person has gone through and developed a plan and whether they need site plan approval or not. But unfortunately, staff does not find out if somebody's entering in the lease until maybe a realtor contacts us or somebody's actually already signed the lease.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the auditorium?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name's Amity Wilczek. I live at 24 Thorough Court. I just have a question. Who is responsible for figuring out whether a business meets the definition of a formula business? And how much flexibility is there? I seem to recall earlier in this discussion that there was a suggestion that there could be businesses could make some changes to their appearance or otherwise to meet the definition. So I'm just asking for some clarification on that.
Thank you. Ms. Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Whenever there is a requirement for an interpretation of some item in the zoning bylaw, that duty falls to the building commissioner, who often works with other town departments and town staff. And I can tell you within the zoning bylaw, a formula business, there's under the definitions, a formula business is a type of business activity that means two or more of the following standardized features: array of services and/or merchandise or menu, trademark, logo, service mark or symbol, decor, architecture, layout or color scheme, uniforms, and signage. And these features are the same as or substantially the same as 15 or more such establishments, regardless of ownership or location. Formula businesses shall not include post office, churches, schools, government facilities, grocery stores, or accessory uses.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else at a microphone, unless there's someone else at a microphone in the auditorium, I think we're ready for a vote on the amendment.
No one else still standing here.
Thank you very much. All right. We're now going to vote on Mr. Patel's amendment. He moves to amend Article 32, Section 3.3.2 by changing the limit on formula businesses from 14 to 12. And again, this is a simple majority vote, even though the article itself requires 2/3. So all those in favor of Mr. Patel's amendment, please raise your voting slip. Thank you. All those opposed?
Yeah. I believe we have a majority in favor, but I would have to at least do a quick count.
All right, let's do this one more time, please. All those in favor of Mr. Patel's amendment, please raise your voting slips. Okay, all those opposed? Okay, that passes by a majority in here as
Yes,
well.
I believe it does pass by a majority. Thank you, people.
Okay. All right, so we have passed Mr. Patel's amendment, and we will now return to the main motion under the article, amended to be a limit of 12. Who's shaking their head? Questions about what? About the count? Okay. All right, do you want us to count it? We can count it in here. We'll do a standing count, so tellers to your stations, please. And I'm going to ask the officers at the door to please close the door to the gymnasium. Carrie, are you confident enough in the auditorium that you do need to count in there?
I think if we're counting your hall, we should count this one as well.
All right,
because we
let's
don't
count
know
in there
what
too.
proportion of the total attendance is in which hall at this point. So, yes, the door should be closed and tellers,
Point of
please.
information, if I may, I'm confused. I read that the total number of formula businesses is limited to 12. And so I'm confused by the amendment seems to be exactly that number 12. Can you clarify?
Carmen?
So the amendment was to reduce the limit from 14 to 12. The existing number of businesses, yes, is 12. But the proposal in the article was for an upper limit of 14. The amendment was to reduce that upper limit to 12, which would mean no new formula businesses. Now, are folks questioning my calling of the vote in here in favor of the amendment? Yes. All right, so we'll count this vote. That's fine, and we'll count it in the auditorium. So the doors are closed, and tellers, are you ready yet, Mr. Fisher? Are the tellers ready? Yes? Okay. All right. Would everyone in favor of Mr. Patel's amendment please stand and raise your voting slip?
Yeah, they don't have our backup.
Yeah, I'm a student here at CCHS. Where do you think you're going next week? What do you mean? What year are you? Oh, I'm a sophomore. You're a sophomore, so you're a couple more years. So I argue in favor of Williams College, which is a little college out of Western Mass. So when you get that far, let me know.
Tellers, are you ready for me to have the opposing vote counted? All right, all those opposed to the amendment, please stand and raise your voting slip. Thank you.
I don't think anybody else is saying double negative. Right. How long do you think? If we went straight from this to that, but I bet it's going to go into tomorrow. If it goes into tomorrow. Because this is really on the amendment. Yes, that's right. Yeah. If 33 by itself could go quite a while. They walked it over there. Pardon? They walked the sheets over there. There's a lot of people asking whether we're going to reconsider the no new questions after 6. Okay.
Okay, we have the vote count, and the vote count was 251 votes in favor of the amendment and 179 against the amendment. So on account, the amendment passes, and we'll now move to the main motion under Article 32, amended to have a limit of 12 formula businesses rather than 14. And I think we've been at this an hour, and we should be ready for a vote. And this is a 2/3 vote required here. Okay, so all those in favor of the main motion as amended under Article 32, please raise your voting slips. Thank you. All those opposed? Okay, that definitely passes by well more than 2/3 in the gymnasium. How about in the cafeteria, Carrie?
Yes, I would say well more than 2/3.
All right, so the meeting has taken affirmative action by well more than 2/3 on Article 32, and I do so declare. Now, when we began our session today, the Select Board made a motion which the meeting passed to take up no new business after 6 p.m. And it is now a little after 6 p.m., and it looks like we will be adjourning to tomorrow evening, Monday, here at 7 p.m. See you all then.
Came right after playing pickleball.
headed up. He already gone. No, but he was sitting.